We are going to move forward. Welcome. It is a regularly scheduled PGUSD board meeting. Roll call, please. Here.
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 Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Porras, do you have any changes to the agenda?
No, Mr. President, no changes from staff.
Okay. Trustees, any changes? Speak up now. Carolyn is unmuted. Okay.
I do not have any changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Chris Dawson, seconded by Dr. Rivera. All in favor? Aye.
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 Did we get Carolyn's vote or no?
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, so with that, we will move into closed session. In closed session, we will discuss any negotiations with PGTA and collective bargaining session planning and preparation for CSEA, and one public employee dismissal, possible release complaint. Any public comment? Seeing none, we will move into closed session. Thank you all. There are many people hoping I'm muted. Okay.
More
It
subdued
is
than muted.
6:30. We will reopen in open session. In closed session, we discussed planning and preparation with PGTA for 2021-22, planning preparation for CSEA negotiations 2021-22, and one case of employee discipline release complaint. So please rise. Mr. Hazen, Dr. Hazen, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much. We had no changes to the agenda earlier. This meeting actually has not as many items on it, but actually quite a few of them have presentations associated. Written communication board, I have 18 letters from individuals all expressing support for greater language opportunities at Pacific Grove Unified School District. 2 continuing thoughtful letters concerning additional testing in the district. One gentleman who I failed to respond to, I apologize, asking for COVID vaccinations for all students 12 and up before they are allowed on campus. And one from Ms. Stedman from Cal-Am, noting that we have the potential to lose a couple $100,000 if Cal-Am is bought out. And I will forward that to you. No, I think it just came to me. I'll forward that letter. So with that, board member comments. Our student rep is not here tonight. So Gabby, we'll move to Frank.
Thank you. I got an email from a community member just listing some resources that would be really helpful for veterans as they move into the area. And I thought it was an excellent idea I actually went on the website and there's no link or anything for any of our active duty or veterans on the front of our website. And I even typed it into the search bar. And the only thing that came up was like the calendar, which I'm assuming it's referencing Veterans Day. So this community we know has a deep connection with our servicemen and women. First of all, with Fort Ord that was here for several years. And then DLI, the Naval Postgraduate School. So I think we should move towards having something that is really easy to see somewhere on our website where they could just click on that and they could see some points of contact, some resources, something that's really readily available. I'm sure that this point of contact is made available to them as they move into the area, but still it would be nice if our school district had something on the website as well, just so it's easy for them to find. So I wanted to mention that. And so I was talking to one of my colleagues at our local community college. She is, I believe, the chairperson for our hospitality. And she started going off on Jen Erickson at PG High School, saying what a wonderful job she was doing with the dual enrollment. She mentioned 8 classes towards 2 certificates, bakery and pastry certificate and sustainable culinary arts certificate. And I thought that was just fantastic. And she said that they got excellent support from the principal. So thank you, Principal Garcia, on that. I think that is something that, increasing the dual enrollment offerings at our high school is another goal we should be pushing towards. I was just really excited. And my colleague said that Miss Erickson is quote unquote killing it. So I just wanted to pass that along as well. And finally, the last thing I wanted to say is I had the wonderful opportunity to visit Forest Grove campus. Principal Rogoman took me for a brief tour. It was wonderful to see all the energy of those children as they're playing during recess and then going into the classrooms and just watching their learning environments and the excitement they had to run up and show us what they were learning. We had a child run up and show us a little paper finger that they built in class using a string as a tendon, and just the excitement in her eyes to show her principal and this strange visitor on campus, what they were doing in the classroom was just, my heart exploded. So they're doing wonderful things over there. I feel honored to be able to walk through the campus while campus was open. So thank you, Principal Rogoman, for allowing me to do that. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
I wanted to take my time this evening to talk about a recent death. The gentleman's name is Harvey Kufner, and he retired to this area in 1990. And the reason he's so important and deserves our attention tonight is that he served on the board for the Monterey County Office of Education for 20 years. He also has worked at the Community Human Services of Monterey, and I think he's been there since '01 as well. I have been fortunate enough to work alongside him because I represent our board for CHS, and he is just a pillar in the community. He is passionate. He knows everybody. He runs to every open house and supports teachers, and it has been an institution. And as sad as his passing is, the great thing I had a board meeting today for a couple of hours, and there were 2 different people that he had emailed last week with ideas about the finance committee and what needs to be done and new protocol. And fortunately, his passing was very quick. And I just want to note tonight how invaluable his service has been and what an honor it's been for me to know him and work alongside him. So that's what I wanted to share this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Swanson.
Yeah, thank you, President Pass. So I just wanted to send a message out to our families who have been, I've heard from several of them. It seems like overall our district families are on pins and needles, paying really close attention to their kids, and every episode of sniffles and every other bodily function that kids can have. And just these families are really paying attention so that they're not sending their kids to school with any symptoms. And I just really want to thank all of our families for that. I know it's a stressful year, and I know that you're all doing the best that you can. So thank you for that. And I have not a ton of board comments tonight. Lastly, just a quick message about how to reach out to the board members. I personally feel that hearing from families is immensely valuable, And so we do have all of our email addresses up on the website for anyone to reach out to us. And as board members, we don't have any authority outside of a board meeting to take any action, but what we can do is listen to you and connect you with someone in the district or guide you to who to speak with in the district who can help you. And so I'm just hoping for really open communication from families and staff. And I think that's what makes a strong, safe school district. And so I'm just wanting to reiterate that and thank everyone for reaching out and being willing to do that. And then just really quickly, I did have a couple other written communications, and President Path, you may have mentioned this, I didn't hear it, but we had a couple emails, a request to meet with the board and admin related to racial healing, a presentation request for a diversity training program, and a community member reaching out with their support for professional development related to equity. And those are my comments for the night. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Mr. Swanson.
I'll be real brief. I'm sorry, I've not been out a whole lot. I finally did. I've been holed up in my daughter's bedroom, my eldest daughter, who's gone off to Long Beach. And so now her bedroom is my office, which I share with a couple of birds. And, but I did finally, all that aside, make it over to the stadium. And wow. I know everybody else has already mentioned it before, but that's just spectacular. So I want to just, tip my hat to everybody that was involved in that. It's really incredible. So, and I hope at some point we can figure out what to do about the geese and the deer at the middle school, because that's insane. I mean, it's like, I looked over there again yesterday morning and it looked like a zoo had escaped and then relocated to the middle school playfield. I'm not sure what we can do about that, but it's got to be slippery out there, I would imagine too. So anyway, don't want to end my comments on that, but I'm going to.
I'll go back to the high school. So, Tom's moving off to college tomorrow. It's my last child, and
Oh boy.
I don't know why we're all here. I went through the list of names. Gary, Ms. Gadara, Michelle Evans, Karen, Steve, Nancy, Katie Upman, Ms. Cardozo, who helped Cole out immensely when she came in fourth grade, Stephanie Perlman, Bryce, Linda Galay, Brian, Mello, Elaine, Lisa, Patrick Godfrey. I think Cole had Pat early on, Barbara Priest, Mara, Todd and Kathy Buller, and Larry, Tom Light, Isaac, the D'Amicos, both of them somewhere along the way, Katie Selfridge, the Bullwares, Sally. You've all helped. Thank you all. With that, superintendent report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just on the heels of that one, I'll just simply add to Principal Rogeman, usually here at these meetings tonight, he's on his way to take his daughter to Santa Barbara as a new gaucho. And he made very similar comments that he's so appreciative of the Pacific Grove teachers in the community and supporting raising Claire, who I remember as a kindergartner. I still look at her and go, wait a minute, what happened? So pretty amazing work. Just a few things this evening, Mr. President. First off, I want to note that, and it was actually teed up for me by Trustee Carolyn. I did have a chance to meet with one of the community folks that had reached out in regards to working with the district on issues of equity. This is in regards to a product called Diversity Atlas. And he's as a university professor who and a colleague who presented to me just kind of what they do and how they work. And I really appreciate these conversations coming to me because it gives me an opportunity to sort of see how it fits in with what we're doing. Does it fit in with what we're doing? Does it fit our community? There's so many different kinds of packaged products out there, and one size definitely does not fit all. And so it's important to kind of have those conversations. Most of the folks are appreciative of that. I really enjoy my conversations with these folks. And basically that product, for example, is really it's sort of a demographic tool. It's just simply like it is truly an atlas. You have a survey that you send to your students. You find out their age, their gender, their ethnicity, erase, and they just collect some data and then they put it all together for you into an atlas that you can use to help address and create different professional development activities for your staff based on the kind of population that you have at your school district. So it's really more of a resource tool than an actual implementation of a program tool, although it assists you in implementing the program. Our Synergy product actually does something very similar for us. It's just not designed specifically for that because it does many other things. So I have been in conversation with a lot of different folks out there that are offering different kinds of products for us. And we're continuing to try to see how that best fits in with the work that we're doing with our staff. And as I had mentioned previously to a couple of the folks, probably a target that we had worked on or thought to work on as early as a couple of years ago and into the COVID then struck and things changed a bit, was the idea of the topic of unconscious bias. The idea that everybody grows up with the different filters and have different biases that they have as they grow. And even to the point of those biases are unconscious and you make decisions and actions based on those things. And the idea of trying to recognize and come to understand what those unconscious biases are of yourself so that it helps you better address the needs of the people and the situations around you. And our Monterey County Office of Education did a great training on this with some of our administrators. Now it's 2.5 years ago. And we're looking to see if we can get that work continued. We think it would fit right into the kind of topic that we're needing to address and work with. So we're in conversation with them. Like all of the products, it just depends. Some of them are really massive packages that require 3 to 4 hours, so many days in a year, which is probably untenable. And so we're trying to figure out how to make it best work for us. So we're working with that. We're continuing to do that, but I think we're making a good direction. We also have some veteran staff here from our district that work with universities and colleges that have experience in and around equity that are also willing to help. So we're definitely on it, and we'll appreciate the outreach that people have brought our way. I do want to make a comment and a congratulations to our Pacifica choir. I think that they helped represent our district well by performing at a conference for the different boards across the state at a conference here in Monterey. And they were one of the opening acts to welcome people along. They did an awesome job. It was beautiful. Everyone loved them. And of course, they represented the district very, very well. So I want to thank the Bullwares for that and for the work that they did. It's just spectacular. And last but not least, and then I will defer to the agenda. Thank you, Trustee Dawson, for mentioning Trustee Kufner. His passing is certainly very sad, and he leaves an amazing legacy. A lot of folks may not have heard his name, but you would have felt his presence. He, especially for Pacific Grove, he always looked out for this district. In the 15 years that I've been here, he always called at the beginning of the year. He always came to visit schools. He always asked, what can the county office do to help advance the needs of your students? He was really passionate about what he did. And so you, like I said, you may not have heard his name, but perhaps you can send a thought out to the universe for Trustee Harvey Kufner. He's a very good man and he supported our district very, very well. And we'll always appreciate the work that he's done for us. And I'll leave it at that, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Porras. PGUSD staff comments on non-agenda items. John online.
Eric.
Okay, there's no one at the mic here, so if anybody wants online, go ahead.
I'm here. Hi, everybody. Barbara Martinez, proud principal of Pacific Grove Adult School. I just want to remind everybody, you may or may not know, that we are celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month throughout the district. And our littlest of littles in state preschool today started their celebrations with brimming with activities. Today in Miss Diane Barone's class, they learned about folklorical dancing. They read stories about Mexico's Independence Day. They made flags and displayed them. They, yeah, you can see those pictures. So they had a really grand time. They'll be working on different activities each week throughout the month. So congratulations to Diane's class. We have some new classes beginning September 20th at the adult school. Lots of new classes and some old favorites. I'd just like to give a shout out to some of our physical fitness classes. They're brimming, 50+ students in online fitness classes with Marta Dahlhammer, our Without Walls Transitions Adults with Disabilities classes are just doing fantastic with the hybrid Zoom classes, student-led activities, breakout rooms, sharing screens. We had the honor of having Mary Rydell visit the class yesterday, and they remembered her as their principal and teacher. So that was fun. And then I also want to welcome the Robert Down Kinders as they come onto the adult school campus. It's very nice to have the Kinders there for a couple of hours in our outdoor classroom space. They had the opportunity to be outdoors, get fresh air, have some activities, and even visit with their old preschool teachers. So it's always fun. So I just wanted to remind all the other sites that we are available, and you can visit our site at any time. You're always welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Anyone else online? Eric? Oh, go ahead, Eric.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. I'm Eric Savader, coordinator of Pacific Grove Adult School. And I just wanted to follow up a little bit more what Barbara was mentioning, that registrations are still open for our fall session. Now, some of our popular classes like birding, adult swim, woodworking, and some of our outdoor art classes, they were just full in a matter of days. Demand was just so great. But we still have room in some of our classes in art, computers, photography, fitness and dance, and foreign languages, a little bit for everybody. So I hope you check out our adult school brochure. This has been sent out to over 31,000 households in Pacific Grove and surrounding areas, or visit us online. We have classes virtually. We have classes in person now, more and more coming back to our campus. And we have simultaneous hybrid classes where we have mostly fitness classes where we have a live studio audience and joined by students online on Zoom. So those are quite popular as well. And just to follow up, also, Barbara mentioned that we have classes, outdoor classes, and these are perfect, beautiful meeting places for our parent engagement classes. So parent engagement classes are perfect learning activities for the parent, for parent education, while their children are doing outdoor activities, so that are age related. And we serve toddlers all the way to preschool kids and their parents. So those classes are also open for enrollment right now. And one last thing, by popular demand, we're working on bringing back soccer. Been getting a lot of calls for that. So that would be around November. So hope to see people out in the soccer field again. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. John?
Good evening, trustees. Sean Roach, proud principal of Pacific Grove Middle School, and PGMS is also celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. Our computer video bulletin and our leadership classes are planning activities and themes to celebrate our Hispanic students. I love the fact that our classes and our students are driving this. So really look forward to seeing how they intend to celebrate our students. We've also held 16 504 meetings, and we have about 14 left to support our 504 students. There are a lot of plans that we need to make sure that are in place to support our students, and it's been wonderful meeting parents and families. And I do have to say that the vast majority of those are having a really wonderful time. I think the reintegration back into school is absolutely essential for success, and so far that is being bared out. Today also too, we did our data cycle as a school. So we assessed every student in every academic category. And we want to make sure that these students, first of all, we want to know what kind of achievement that they have currently and make sure that we can track their growth throughout the remainder of the year. And lastly, if you're interested in viewing geese or deer at the middle school, we will be having showings after school between 3 and 5 p.m. And just give me a shout and we can get you on a tour. Thanks.
The viewings actually run 24/7. Anyone else on? Director Silva.
Button, green light.
Okay, so I just wanted to share with you that we've been working with the Institute for Social Emotional Learning. And we had a staff-wide certificated and classified on August 2nd. And since then, we've had 2 classified trainings, one of which was today, and certificated trainings. And so this is really about how do we support our staff in dealing with students socially and emotionally around everything that they're dealing with as they're coming back to school. So it's been very positive. And they've all been online at this point, at this stage of the game, but we're hoping to bring them, in person in November. And then we have plans for in February, when we have our full staff development day, to have from 1 to 3, have them, capture all of our teachers and classified staff. So it's been very positive. It's an absolutely important component of learning, social, emotional, as it impacts learning. I'm a huge proponent, and I'm very happy that as a district, we are supporting this. So I just want you to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That we will move to individuals desiring to address the board. Public comment on any item of interest to the public within the board's jurisdiction may be heard. The board will limit comments to no more than 3 minutes for each agenda or non-agenda item, and a total time for public comment not to exceed 20 minutes pursuant to board policy 9323. Public comment will also be allowed on each specific action prior to board action thereon. The meeting of the Board of Education is a business meeting the board conducted in public. Please note the Brown Act limits our ability to respond to public comment. The board may choose to direct items to admin for action on a future agenda. Any member of the public wishing to speak?
Yes, Shamos. I wanted to also thank Christy Dawson for bringing up Harvey. I didn't know that he had passed away, and he was so dedicated. And I also had a lot of contact with him. And so he leaves such a nice legacy and example for everyone. Also, I wanted to talk about for diversity. I thought I like the idea of speakers, and I have an idea for a speaker. Ben Jealous, because he went to Robert Down. He was Jessie Bray's student, as she loved to tell us. So, we have that local connection, and a former NAACP president who, it'd be interesting to hear what he had to say as a kid growing up here. I like speakers. I think it's a different way to handle a program on diversity. So that's that. And on the Hispanic month, I always wonder, why don't we honor Cesar Chavez on his day? Mainly because he's so local. It's our local Hispanic heritage there that I think it would be appropriate for our district to have some kind of recognition, if we don't take a day off, but something where we are more aware or teaching about him in our classes. Thank you.
Very much. Seeing no one else at the, yes, nobody online? Okay, very good. Thank you all very much. We move on to the consent agenda. Items under consent are considered to be routine and or having been discussed at a previous board meeting. There's no discussion of these items prior to the board vote unless a member of the board requests specific action be discussed or removed. Each item on consent approved by the board shall be deemed considered in full and adopted as recommended. Starting with Brian, anything to?
No, nothing from me. Thank you.
Carolyn?
Thank you, John. I don't have any comments on consent.
Austin,
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Nothing to pull. May I ask a question on? So consent B is referred to as a science teacher at the high school. Do we still have general science teaching at the high school? Like, or are they more specific, like biology, geology, chemistry? So we do still have a general science teachers. No. Okay. Okay, so that's just. Okay, it was just referred to why it was referred to as simply a science teacher. That's all.
Well, okay, thank you. Billy Erlito, it is referred to as a science teacher. I assume that there are specific sections people are coming in to teach, correct? So, Billy, anything you wish to add? Thank you. Dr. Rivera, thank you very much. Okay, with that, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion was made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Dr. Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
Did we get a vote from Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I suspect these are not full duplex mics so that if we're talking, she cannot. Is that correct? I don't know. Okay, fair enough. Okay, at that, we have a couple of items here. Public action, action discussion item, which we'll go into first. So action discussion is district update on response to COVID. Dr. Porras.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think it'll be relatively brief this time around. Number one, just again, very grateful for our entire staff for their work on keeping each other and keeping our children safe as we progress day to day with a lot of unknowns that continue to happen around our community. We are very blessed in lots of different ways that Pacific Grove has a very low case number as compared to a lot of the communities around us. That is a mixed blessing, certainly. It's great because it keeps our children safe and it keeps our numbers low, and we can continue forward with the education program that we're designed. But on the other side of the spectrum, it does disqualify is the wrong word, but at this point, it brings us lower on the priority scale for assistance from the state in regards to access to testing and testing materials, tests, and et cetera. The California Department of Public Health has been very clear that as tests become available and as the waiver consideration becomes available to administer self-tests for students on sites, they have a prioritization list. And so, for example, our colleagues right across David Avenue there, Monterey Peninsula Unified, was early on in the list of having the waiver to begin to offer on-site student testing because of the case numbers that they had, and some other factors that came into play in regards to grants and access. So as it stands right now, we are still waiting for the California Department of Public Health to offer the waiver, the CLIA waiver it's called, and to allow us to administer self-administered tests to our students. We can offer a home test kit to families and they can take it home and perform the test on their own. We cannot do it at the site. That requires a waiver from the state. The wait list is still somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks. I think in 6 weeks, they're going to tell us it's still 4 and 6 weeks. I'm hopeful that it's going to be sooner than that. We ask them regularly, and a lot of districts are in our position, depending on their caseloads. So we'll be watchful for that. I will say that we have been very fortunate. There's someone who has been keeping an eye out for us, a sort of an angel on our shoulders, that has been donating Binax tests to us. We have about 55 tests or so right now that Nurse Powley is able to give to families on an as-needed basis, trying to focus on those students, obviously, that are either close contacts or an emergency need. And she does a really wonderful job of talking with parents and helping out with that. So we'll make the best use of those tests while we have them. We did receive word today that the state is allowing other home test kits to be given to families Again, we can't do it, but those we purchase it ourselves without state funds. It's allowable, so we're looking into that. And Nurse Pally and I had a discussion via email about that earlier today. So that's good news, and we'll see what we can do about accessing that. That was again as early as today. We also got some changes delivered to us midweek from the health department. That was also a reflection of the California Department of Health. So the flow chart that we have available on our website in regards to if this happens, then what in regards to test and exposure, close contact. There's some subtle changes that have been made. So we're going to be pulling that flow sheet down and correcting it and then reposting it again. But we'll ask the public's patience on this one. It's going to take us a little bit just to get it reformatted. And because there's still some questions about that process and we want to make sure to get it right. The other thing to we've been very happy about the requirement for our employees, all adults who are associated with K-12 education. The law was signed that they need to either have a vaccine or be subjected to a weekly test. We are still ahead of our timeline. We have another week and a half or so before we've asked all of those folks to submit those tests or their vaccines. As it stands today, we have 74% completion rate on that, so we're doing really well. Of that 74%, it looks like only five have marked unvaccinated and will submit to weekly testing, which is great. So we're going to be watching that carefully. What I'm going to ask the board to do, this is listed as an action item tonight, and I'm going to ask the board to help us make a decision here. We have our volunteer corps. We have a lot of them. And there are like 2,000 to 3,000 volunteers registered overall for our district. It's not that all of them show up in one day, but they're registered as people who are eligible to volunteer for us. If they were all to show up at once, that would be a very difficult task for us to try to track and monitor if they are not vaccinated. And so as a result of that, what we don't want to do is slow down the process of monitoring the folks that are working daily with our students every day. We don't want to overload our system. What I'd like to request on behalf of the district is that for volunteers only, just for volunteers, that the district require that all volunteers who serve at our schools be vaccinated, and period. So, and we have the flexibility to make that requirement as a district. And by eliminating the testing option, it puts us within our ability to be able to control and then monitor. At this point, it'd be very difficult. We could change that perhaps into the late winter if once we got a good feel for the tracking of the folks that need to be tracked. But I'm asking that on behalf of our staff that we're just not be able to keep up with, 500 folks that need to test if that's what it turns out to be. So I'll leave that there for a moment and we can come back to that if we might. Just a couple of the items for the update. We have been working with Teacher on Special Assignment. We call it TOSA. You've heard TOSA thrown around. And this is in regards to assisting our classroom teachers and staff in monitoring students who have learning gaps from last year and into this year as a result of COVID. And to be able to help make some assessments of the data and recommend instructional reforms perhaps, or assistance in the classrooms to help it better serve our students. These folks can also help the schools address the needs of some of the students who are unable to attend school for whatever reasons. We have a TOSA that has been hired, Dr. Hagquist at the high school, and he has already done an amazing job of getting work started on that. And we're already seeing a payoff in regards to the hard work that he's performing. We're still working on finalizing a hire for the middle school. It's just simply that we have not a lot of people who are applying for the position. The elementary has eluded us. And as a result of that, we got into conversations as an administrative staff last week to try to figure out how can we get ahead of this and as best as we can. And I want to make just parenthetically, we are seeing, like all districts are, a big shortage of staff. It's very difficult for us to find substitute teachers. It's very difficult to help fill positions. We're not getting as many applicants that are interested. Part of that has to do with people not wanting to come into schools right now, just for the conditions. And the other piece is that we are in competition with 1,000 other school districts in the state. And some of those have greater needs than we do. So it has been really difficult for us on hiring. That may have some to play with it. as a solution for the teacher on special assignment for the elementaries, in speaking with the principals and with the staff at the district office, we believe a good solution will be to help augment the intervention systems that are already in place at the elementaries. We have 2 full-time intervention teachers, one at each school site, whose job is to help identify and provide services for those students most in need of intervention. We are thinking we can hire an additional intervention teacher whose jobs are very similar to what we had hoped with the TOSA. And that person's job would be helping those intervention teachers we already have in the work that they do with the students that we have in place and to proceed with the work moving forward. Certainly additional assistance in the classroom, instructional assistance, and other support services are also in play. But both of the principals believe that that would be a good move, probably a little bit of an easier hire in regards to getting someone in place. And it would help bolster and improve the already excellent intervention program that we have placed in both schools. So we're in conversations with the principals right now. They have talked to their staffs about this, or it was as early as last week that we were having this discussion to try to fill this gap. And we're going to kind of proceed down that pathway and see what fruit it may bear. And we'll continue to report as we go. So I'd like to, Mr. President, if I may, hand it back to you just for this action item in regards to volunteers. Obviously, you don't need to take action on this tonight if you'd rather not, but I'm just bringing that up because we see it's probably going to be a challenge for us. We wanted to get it before it got us.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, we have 3,000 people on the roster. We're clearly not having 3,000 people in our schools. So
2,000?
2,000 to 3,000 are on the
Oh
list.
my gosh. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So in some manner, weeding that out isn't a bad plan, but that's a long term. Board, I think we could probably act on this. Actually, there's no reason not to consider it. It seems to me to be very straightforward. It takes one more brick off the load, not just for the staff, but for our teachers and for our schools and for our students. So I am certainly keen on accepting that and saying, if you wish to volunteer, you do need to be vaccinated at this point. And we'll just start. Brian, concerns, thoughts?
No concerns about it. I think it's practical, a practical approach to do it. You know, it's not hard to get a vaccination either. You know, it's I think in some ways it's harder to get a test. So, and given what we're facing, I think that's what the direction we need to move, and it's the direction I'm seeing other industries move as well. A lot of people originally went in with there's proof of vaccination or negative test, and the whole testing thing just became a burden. And you know, in the concert industry, most people have thrown that part of it out. It's like, get vaccinated and you can get in the room. If not, then come back when you're vaccinated.
Thank you. Ms. Swanson?
Yeah, thanks, John. I am always on the side of the abundance of caution side when it comes to our schools. So I think having volunteers be required to be vaccinated is a great idea. Like we were hearing earlier, almost all of our staff has taken that move to do that to protect our students and to protect themselves and their families. And my only question would be, is there a policy? I'm assuming that we have a policy on volunteers and background checks. Do we need to then add this to that policy and bring it back for a first and second reading?
No, we would not need to. Volunteers do not have the same rights as employees into a job or job rights. So we can adjust as we need to accordingly. We do have fingerprinting already in place. And we have had a lot of volunteers already submit their proof of vaccination. So we do have that happening as well. So those are all in place. So there's not a required policy change on this.
Ms. Dawson?
Okay, and then is there,
Go ahead, Carol.
sorry, John. Just kind of a follow-up. So just as an example, putting this into practice. So we've got PTAs, for example. How would that look for them? And if we've got a system where our district can track volunteers, are we going to be able to assist them in tracking their volunteers? Because it kind of, we've got these branches that kind of go out for volunteers.
You know, that's a great question, Trustee Carolyn. I don't know what support we can lend them in regards to that. Certainly something we can, once we get this in place and moving, I think we will be able to help them in that regards. A lot of the volunteers that we've already had come in with proof of vaccine are folks that are assisting with PTA. So actually, I think we're probably we're feeding two birds with one hand on this one. I think we're doing okay.
Okay, and if it came down to it, just, just so you know where I stand, I would fully support putting district resources into helping these branches of volunteers be able to track it as well.
Very good, very good.
Ms. Dawson?
I'm 100% in favor of it, and I vote tonight, absolutely yes.
Dr. Rivera?
For the safety of our children, it's the right thing to do.
Do I have public comment on this particular item?
Beth Shamas. Would this be under an emergency type of action since it's not on the agenda and you're taking an action and just questioning the protocol of it?
I think at this point we haven't taken the action, and my statement to Ralph was going to be, I think you have full support of this.
Oh,
But at the same time, we should bring it back at the next meeting, please.
Yeah, I
to-
did-
To have
I
a full vote.
I did ask about that question with legal counsel. It's agendized under the COVID report, which is addressing all protocols for COVID. So it does actually fall under that category. So we're allowed to take the action. Which is why we left it under action for tonight. Great question, though. Thank you.
Okay.
Either way, but however the board would like to
I'd much
proceed.
prefer- You have full consistency here, but I'd say put it down and bring it back, because
Okay.
you're going to talk about it and it'll be.
I don't know why we need to bring it back if we're all in agreement.
No, just
And
exactly
if,
for
if
what Beth
part of
said.
the reason for this is to start the momentum moving, then to wait a couple of weeks or a month or whatever, let's start now. Let's do it.
I think if a consensus would be sufficient, because again, this is really a management issue in regards to how we address and work with students. I want to be as above board and transparent as I can with the public, which is why we brought this forward to the board. I think your comments are sufficient, because again, this is an action we can take administratively. I just wanted to make sure the board was behind it so that we could proceed.
Well, you have that commitment, so.
Awesome. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Very much appreciated. And that ends my report.
Yep. Let's do it.
Thank you. Dr. Porras, one thing you say that, you're hoping that when you call, you'll get more kits. In fact, given that kits are given out by caseload, I sincerely hope we never get any from the state. I'd be perfectly happy in that situation, and keep our caseload down at, half a child per month. That would be perfect.
We can only get so many. We always could only get so many, unfortunately. Well, how are we going to take that?
Any other public comment on? Angela, go ahead.
Hi, Angela Lippert here from HR. I just have one question. In the interim, while we're waiting for this to come back to the board, will we be accepting weekly tests from volunteers?
At this point, we can proceed with requiring the vaccinations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much. We have a public hearing regarding composition of trustee areas prior to drawing of maps.
President Paff,
Yes,
we didn't go around and ask for board comment regarding the overall district update on COVID. We just talked about the specifics for volunteering, and I do have some comment on that.
please go ahead.
Okay, so I've got a couple questions for Dr. Porras, and so I know last week we had talked, or last meeting, sorry, we had talked about having light speed testing come and do, kind of like some spot testing if we needed them to do rapid testing. And I was wanting to follow up on that. Do we have, and the reason I want to follow up is in light of the scarcity of these rapid tests, I think it would be prudent for the district to get Lightspeed in some sort of contract or something that gets that in writing. It hopefully kind of gets us in the queue with them if we do need to use it. So that was my first question. Also, actually, and Dr. Porras, did you want to respond to that? And is that something that the board as a whole would feel comfortable giving direction to you on?
I can answer that. Yes, we are in contact, and Nurse Pally is in contact with Dr. Samir almost daily. And he's the director of Lightspeed. We already have their commitment to do response testing if needs arise. Again, they want to make clear that there has to be a sufficiency. There needs to be a reason for them to come. And if we have a sudden surge in cases that require a number of tests, that they are committed to trying to set that up with us. So Nurse Pally is in communication with them the whole time.
Okay, and will we be seeing some sort of written contract come through?
We don't necessarily need to have a written contract with them because their services are almost daily and it's not required. If the board would like us to seek out a contract with them, we can do that. But that's something I would need to leave with Assistant Superintendent Shim Ben-Dib and our nurse.
Okay, I would be in favor of that, just to get in the queue and make sure that our needs, our wants are solidified with them. My other question is, I really do appreciate you bringing up the TOSA and the teacher on special assignment, the update and the kind of maneuvering on that so that we can get those folks to assist the elementary schools. I had a quick question about our paper tutoring program. Is that something that is available to all grades or just middle and high school?
I believe that Director Silva could answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Yes, we decided to start with grades 6 through 12 for paper because it's a very self-driven program for the students to log on. And so we thought it would be best to try first with secondary before moving down into the elementary grades, because the elementary grades would need a lot more support to access paper, but it is available K-12 if we wanted to go that route. Okay, but right now it's just 6 through 12.
Thank you, Ani. I have a kind of a follow-up to that. So for our students who have been in quarantine or modified quarantine out of school, do you have any sense of whether or not the paper tutoring program, that 24/7 live access to assistance, has that been helpful for them?
You're referring to students that are in grade 6 through 12?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't. I don't know if any student that has been in grade 6 through 12 have been quarantined and have been accessing paper. And if that has been supportive to them, I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know, but I
Thank
do
you.
know that we are 17% of our students at this stage of the game in the first 3 weeks of school are accessing paper. And we are double what nationwide students are accessing paper in the first 3 weeks of school. So I can tell you that it's a very,
Oh,
we're
that's great.
moving in a very positive direction. So, and we can just only get better than that. So there you go.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
My pleasure.
And then Dr. Portis, one other question. So, okay, so this is back to testing. I've been reading all these articles about pool testing, which is where you do essentially one PCR test, which is a test that takes a little bit of time, up to 24, 48 hours to get the result back. But the pool of testing is where you pool the entire classroom of samples, and then you send one PCR test in, and it's a preventative measure to just kind of get a gauge, hey, does anyone in this class have COVID? And if they do, then you can go forward with more direct testing. So it's a way to kind of leverage the few amount of rapid tests that we do have and kind of keep kids safe. So I would be in favor of implementing pool testing at all of our sites, and I wanted to just kind of hear from you what your take is on that.
Well, this is the first time that I've heard it, so I need a little bit of time to think on it. I know there are very few districts that are doing that kind of preventative testing, just because, again, the size of classes and the resources that are brought to bear for it. I'd have to have a conversation with Nurse Pally, who's probably more the expert on this as a medical person, and get a read from that. By the way, Mr. President, if you like, Nurse Pally is available at this moment to speak to the Lightspeed process if you need her to do so.
Thank you. I appreciate the offer. I do not. Go ahead and finish your answer here and then we'll bring it back.
I will, but I can certainly ask more of the county of some of that process and work it here. I don't know that we've seen that need directly, again, based on the cases that we've been seeing. But I'll talk with Nurse Pally about that.
Okay, thank you. I would love a follow-up on what you guys think about that, because it's, I think a lot of times we have families who have kids who have symptoms and maybe they don't get them tested. And then we also know that kids can have asymptomatic cases of COVID. And so I think that could be, for me, it sounds valuable for our district to at least investigate. So I appreciate your willingness on that. And those are my comments and questions.
Thank you. Brian, any comments that you'd like to make?
No, nothing for me. Thank you.
Board, I have no interest in trying to put in a written contract with Lightspeed beyond where we are now. We are already in a good spot with them. So I do not need to see such a thing. We know that we have a commitment from them. We have been assured of this, and it is, we have been working with them in very good faith. And in fact, I think that they are here and not necessarily very busy most Mondays. So, Ms. Dawson?
I concur. Thank you.
I agree.
Okay. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we will move on to our public hearing. We are looking for a public hearing to receive community feedback regarding the California Voting Rights Act and mapping. The public hearing is now open. Composition of trustee areas prior to drawing of maps. Dr. Porras, do we have a presentation here?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And I think we're getting them unmuted. Is that, yep, so. Oh, he's already to go? Okay, let's pass it along to our two presenters who will present this item.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for having me. My apologies for missing the first one. Those darn scheduling conflicts, but you'll have me the rest of the way. So hopefully it'll be a great experience for you. My name is Jeff Tilton with the National Demographics Corporation. Been with the corporation for nearly 4 years. Retired deputy superintendent of schools. Once had a dream to teach and be an administrator in beautiful Pacific Grove Unified School District. So it was very heartwarming to hear the president mention all those teachers. That was just awesome. So we're talking about election systems. This is, I should also say, this is essentially a repeat of the first public hearing, perhaps for folks who did not see the first one, and for others that might have missed some things in that first presentation from Dr. Levitt. So we're moving from an at-large election system to a by-district election system. And that's part of the process. We have 5 hearings. This is the second what we call pre-draft map hearing. The next hearing, we will have draft maps before the trustees to consider as we get closer and closer toward adoption. As we mentioned the last time, with the California Voting Rights Act, it's much easier for a plaintiff to file a suit. As you look at the California Voting Rights Act, 2 of the 4 Gingles tests are removed from the Federal Voting Rights Act when it comes to the California Voting Rights Act. So it makes it rather easier for somebody to come in and say you're in violation of the California Voting Rights Act. And there have been a number of cases that have gone on to litigation. To date, no jurisdiction has been successful in defending an at-large election system. And as you can see, there are millions of dollars that have been awarded or settled since the CVRA came into effect with respect to by-district elections. So the process here is we're on our second initial hearing. And again, the intention here is to educate and also to solicit input on communities of interest in the school district. The federal census data came out, I'm sure Dr. Levitt mentioned that, on August 12th. And then California is going to release its official prisoner adjusted districting data on next Monday. And so while California has received the federal census data, it is going to take all the inmates in the California prison system and allocate those individuals back to their previous address, not literally, figuratively. So that probably won't adjust Pacific Grove's numbers a whole lot, if any, based on the 2020 release in August. But we really have to wait for those data to be released before we can really look at drafting maps. Once those data are released, NDC or any staff member of Pacific Grove Unified will not be able to draft a map for 3 weeks. That's the law. If this jurisdiction was having a June 2022 election, we'd have to wait 1 week. But and those who have June 2022 elections, their deadline to get all this finished is December 15th, and yours is February 28th. We're going to come back after the new year, January 20th rather, and we're going to look at the draft maps. Now we're hoping that we get draft maps submitted by the community. That would be great, but know that NDC will provide 2 or 3 draft maps for you to consider. It is at that particular hearing, we're going to ask the trustees, the board, to narrow down those draft maps to some focus maps as we head into the February 3rd meeting, and to where we are looking to select a final map that the district will use for its trustees in voting by trustee area for the next 10 years. We'll also discuss election sequencing, which 2 or 3 districts will be up for election in 2022, and which 2 or 3 will be up in 2024. And we'll make that determination on February 3rd as well. So we have some rules to follow. First of all, we have the federal rules, and our trustee areas must be in equal population of the residents, of those who residents within the school district. It's a little bit difficult to get equal population, so the Supreme Court does allow some variance up to 10% across the trustee areas. We must follow the Federal Voting Rights Act, particularly as it relates to discrimination, and then we can have no racial gerrymandering. And then we fall over to California's criteria, and this is erroneous. It should say criteria for school districts, but we want the trustee areas to be geographically contiguous. We want to the best of our knowledge, to the best extent possible, not to divide neighborhoods or communities of interest. And I'll talk a little bit about those. We want to have easily identifiable boundaries, major roads, perhaps various neighborhoods, et cetera, where folks would be able to determine what trustee area that they might be living in or which one nearby. And we want our trustee areas to be compact. We really don't want to have tentacles reaching out into other trustee areas. That's just ripe for allegations and accusations of political gerrymandering. And we know we shall not favor or discriminate against the political party. So those 2 areas, the federal laws and the California criteria, we have to answer yes for your draft maps to be in compliance. If you're able to do that, then you can consider some of the other traditional principles, and if you have future growth in the area. So what we're looking for as part of the public hearing and part of the input through the district's website, et cetera, is what is your neighborhood in the school district? And what are its geographical boundaries? And I mentioned the major roads, there could be parks. You could perhaps use attendance boundaries. May not be too applicable for the district of your size. But in the absence of any public testimony, you could use planning records, perhaps from the city, or records that the school district has. Similarly, we're looking at defining communities of interest, and within the school district, are there communities of interest that perhaps might have shared or economical interests? economic interest rather. One of the best examples I use are things like homeowners associations. And you're looking at perhaps keeping those particular communities of interest together, but you can also ask, would that community of interest benefit from being included within a single district for the purposes of its effective and fair representation, or would it benefit from having multiple trustees representing? But we do know that communities of interest may not include relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates. So we'd love to be able to, by the time we come to January and we look at draft maps, we'd love to be able to have some data on this particular slide. I just put up a couple of examples that I mentioned earlier in the absence of public testimony. You know, we can use, you have Pacific Grove's land use plan map right there, and also the attendance boundary. So it's just their starting points as we get closer and closer to draft maps. The district has, through NDC, is purchased the use of what's called District R. District R is a tool that was formed by students and staff at Tufts University. I love this tool. It's really, really simple. It's an online tool. The only downside, it's only available in English. If you went on to districtr.org right now, you're not going to see Pacific Grove Unified School District on there. They have basically stopped all work until California releases its adjusted data on Monday, and then they'll bounce back. But you could go on to districtr.org and actually look at a variety. You can look at the states, counties, cities. I think there's only just one school district on there. I think it's Napa, last time I checked. But you can go on and start playing around with any of those particular jurisdictions just to get the feel. There's four really basic items as part of this tool. You have a hand with a finger, which represents moving the map around. You have a paintbrush, and then you have an eraser to erase some of the errors that you might have made. And then you have a magnifying glass if you really want to drill down. But as you're painting in the areas, and I use Marina as a sample here, as you're painting in the areas, the number of residents will show up as you're trying to reach the ideal resident, or the ideal number for equal population across the trustee areas. And then it shows here there's a deviation of 47%. Well, I've only drawn 3 of the 4 districts, so that's why it's so high. So when you open the public hearing, we really want to address these 2 questions, if possible. What is your community of interest and what are its boundaries? And would you prefer your community of interest to be in one trustee area or have multiple representatives on the board? As I mentioned earlier, there's the website that folks can go to, the phone number and the email if there's questions. We would love to have members of the community submit draft maps to be under consideration. I should note that when they submit draft maps, we want their contact information only so that we can get a hold of them to make sure that we best represent what they're thinking on their draft map. Unless the board wants to do it, their name will not be associated with a map, so it won't be called the Johnson map or the Thompson map. The maps will come to you probably in either in colors or numbers like 101, 102, 103, etc. Now, I also must say that if they submit a map and their name and contact information is on there, as you know, it's public record. So, but we don't want to publicize that. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
If you guys don't mind, superintendent and members of the board, I'm also available to answer questions. And I believe Dr. Tilton did a great presentation. One thing that I noticed, although the District R platform does not have the capability of translating to a different language, I've heard that if someone's browser was already of a different language, if someone's using, for instance, a Spanish browser, then I believe District R would then be in Spanish. So there are ways to accommodate people who want to view this platform and use this resource in a different language. Just something I wanted to throw out there before the public hearing.
Jonathan, if you would, could you just go ahead and introduce yourself again, just so folks know who you are? Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, sorry about that. My name is Jonathan Barry Smith. I'm an attorney at Lozano Smith, counsel for the district. I don't have a presentation today, but I am available to answer questions and will be able to talk through the criteria resolution that the board is going to consider next.
Thank you both very much. So I guess the question that comes first here is, could you please explain, would you prefer your community of interest be in one trustee area or have multiple representatives on the board? Could you explain that statement for me?
Is that question to me?
Okay, Mr. Tilton, go ahead.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I use the best example of an HOA, and I was living in a 55+ community, and actually it's going through districting right now. That community is. I firmly believe that HOA community of 1,500 homes would not want to have single representation at the city council. That they would want to have more than one voice. And that's just because that's the way that community was.
And to bounce off what Dr. Tilton said, I think at the end of the day, it depends on the community of interest and its size. A very large community of interest would probably want to be split up amongst multiple trustee areas to have more representation. But perhaps a smaller community of interest might want to gather as many of their members as they can in one trustee area in order to strengthen their voting power in that particular area.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I guess I would, misunderstanding how we define and set up what a community of interest is. So
I'd love another example.
yeah, another example would be very good. Thank you.
Yeah, you might have individuals who might live in a particular country club or a subdivision where, say, it's like rather new and most of the people came in at the same time. Or there could be an area where, and this really applies more to cities and counties, but where there's an economic, there's shared economic interests like downtowns and things like that. Or a rather large, say, apartment complex or condominium complex that would give you another example of a community of interest.
So like in PG here, we have a certain zone now where short-term rentals can exist, right? Would that be another good example, an area where it's like, all right, these homes are primarily rental properties and, they might have a different interest, but a shared interest in how certain votes go, whether it's school board or the city council or whatever. Is that another good example?
Right. As long as they're, you would ideally like them clustered closely. So your trustee area is going to remain compact as well.
Okay. All right. Understand it a little bit better.
Yeah.
And any other questions you?
Unrelated to the community of interest though. So once these lines are established and we move forward and accept what they are, how often do they get reevaluated? Or
Every
do
10
they?
years.
Every 10
Every
years.
10.
So with every census then, okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I have for the moment.
Ms. Swanson.
No comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, I really was interested in the mapping tool. I thought it was pretty amazing that you can get the numbers of the people living in a certain area. And I think that'll help us as we move forward. when we first started talking about this, it was a little bit mind-boggling, but as we move forward, I very much appreciate guidance and support in the process. So thank you for showing us some of these ideas today. And
You're
I'm
very
glad we
welcome.
have time as this unrolls, many
Yeah.
months here.
You're very welcome. There should be, if it's not on the website, on the district's website, we should have a video tutorial, and another information on just a simple how-to that we can provide for the district.
Thank you. Dr. Rivera?
Thank you for the presentation. Actually,
welcome.
just answered my question that I had, like a little video tutorial on the website would be fabulous. And what did you say Pacific Grove would be available to play with?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Did you say that right now you could not go on there and play with?
You could go on and play with the jurisdictions that are on there, just like your fellow trustee, I sound like she did. And you're just not going to see Pacific Grove Unified School District on there yet.
When will it be on there?
We don't control that. Once the California data are released and then we run it through our system, we send all that information over to District R and the other companies that we work with respect to mapping tools. And it's the president of National Demographics Corporation told us last week it's going to take a couple of weeks. And it's a couple of weeks for the data to be flushed out within our system. But the thing is, we can't really draw any maps anyway for 3 weeks after that those data are released on Monday. So it's kind of nice little cushion that we will tell District R, you need to have these data, you need to have these maps live within 3 weeks, please. But you'll
Okay.
find that when you log on, it's a nationwide tool, but it's a rather simple tool.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Public comment. Anastasia.
Hi, thank you very much. Anastasia Aziz, a parent of a 6th grader and 9th grader. So I would just like clarification. So the school board is looking at this specifically as a legally defensible option. Is that the main reason? And secondly, so that's one question. And secondly, doesn't this proposal, isn't it contrarian to the diversity and anti-racism tone that the board has been discussing, given that the makeup of the school district is predominantly homeowners of a particular race, being white, and that renters are in the minority. And if it's divided from, or if it goes from at large to specific neighborhoods, wouldn't it just drown out minorities and renters, and that the homeowners who represent a specific race would just continue to dominate? Thanks.
Okay, so in response to the first part of that question would be, and I think I'm not going to take up a lot of time. In fact, it is legally defensible. It is also required under the CVRA. And more than that, we've already taken the action to move it forward. In response to the second thing, in fact, the goal of creating communities of interest, I believe, is to ensure that you're trying to set up so that you are not actually drowning out any group within your thing. And this is the broader question: how do we define that in a manner such that we actually do not create areas that we've done that. And in fact, it gets more interesting when you say, you prohibited, shall not favor, discriminate against a political party, which clearly hasn't worked across the US forever. The very next action is to say, what do we think is important? And I think that discussion is going to open up further. So I'm not sure if I've answered that, and I'm really not sure if Dr. Tilton, if you'd like to answer further.
Yeah, I'll start off and then perhaps council could follow. With every draft map that is provided for you, it's also going to be accompanied by a very robust set of data. And the big thing that we're going to look at is citizen voting age population by trustee area. And we're really trying to make sure that we do not dilute the voting power of the protected class. In fact, we're looking to strengthen it. But we also, and I'll let council go on this further. There's two things that we do not want to do, and that one is called packing, and that's where you're putting all the protected class, perhaps not all, but you're really packing the protected class in a particular trustee area, or cracking, which is you're actually diluting or spreading out the protected class among the trustee areas. So you're going to see when we come to the draft map, it's not about just residents, it's about citizen voting age population by those particular protected class. Council?
Yes, and to bounce off what Dr. Tilton stated, fundamentally, the transition to bi-trustee areas is supposed to prohibit or reduce the chance of racially polarized voting. So any concerns about certain minority groups, or it doesn't have to be racial minority groups, but if people who rent as opposed to buying a house, those groups, the transition to bi-trustee area elections can strengthen the voting power of those groups in order to potentially change up the makeup of the board and potentially make it more diverse. And these next steps in January, after draft maps are drawn, there will be opportunities for community members to voice any concerns with those maps, maybe stating that, hey, it does not seem that this group of people, renters, minority group, etc., has enough voting strength because they're divided between trustee areas 2 and 3. Can we use this other map here that bolsters the power of that voting group? So I believe that what the board is already doing right now in this transition is going to address that particular concern.
Okay. Elliot, can you wait a moment, please? Mrs. Aziz, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Paff. Well, I applaud you for trying to do this in this particular community, but I would like to advise the consultants that perhaps there's an opportunity here that, given the use of restrictive covenants throughout, particularly post-war, restricting ownership of many properties in the city to white homeowners and excluding many people from other minorities. And if you look at those restrictive covenants, that it's the legacy continues. I think it's over 75% white homeowners in the city. Perhaps this is a way to try to deal with that legacy, but I think it's a difficult challenge in this particular community, and it's probably not unique to this community either. But I would encourage you to take a look at those restrictive covenants, because it's still reflective of who owns property in this school district. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Aziz. Elliot.
I just had a quick follow-up question. On the slide you presented with the two options, one thing I wasn't clear, is there a requirement to have one area per trustee, or can you have multiple trustees, for example, elected and only divide the town into 2 areas? Because it seems like if you have a minority, exactly like Ms. Aziz said, if it's a minority community, if you divide them up in 5 areas, they have a low percentage of representation. If you put them all in one area, then they only have 1 out of 5 potential trustees. So just wondering if there are ways to balance that.
I can take a stab at that one first. If you get technical and look at the statute specifically, by trustee area elections require the district to be divided into trustee areas, divided into areas. It doesn't specifically state that each trustee, like divided into the number of areas of the trustees that there are. However, the vast majority of school districts do it in the manner of having one trustee residing in one trustee area and having those numbers match. And I believe it is likely more defensible legally, as it appears to be the intent of the legislation to have the bi-trustee areas have one trustee per area. But like, to answer your specific question, I do not think that there's anything explicit in the code that requires there to be the number of trustees and the number of trustee area maps. Dr. Tilton, have you noticed anything different or?
No, I have not.
Beth Schmoss. You know, the one thing that makes our community not more unique, but unique anyway, is that we have become such a second home community and third home. And so in our coastal zone area, you know, that is allowed to have all these Airbnbs. So when you're looking for residents in that area, what residents? People don't live there. These are not residents. These are visitors. So that's one of my concerns, is like that takes a chunk out of Pacific Grove right there. And how would you deal with that? And already answered about the 2 board members from one area. And can a district request to revert to an at-large after we've done this if it's all falling apart? And the other thing I had was, I noticed that I think MPC did a redistricting, asked for community members to be on a committee. I think that's a good way to go for us, instead of just asking people randomly to write up something. I like the idea of a committee a committee group that would look at possible maps and come up to the board and say, you know, we prefer this map because of this reason. And I think you have more community buy-in with that strategy.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else online? Okay, well, coming back, Dr. Porras, this seems like a very odd public hearing. Why is this a public hearing in this manner today?
We're required by law to have this process take place. And again, the reason that it's, and our legal counsel can answer more to this specifically, but part of the reason is to make sure the public has sufficient time to ask questions about this particular item, make sure they have clear understanding of what's being presented, so that as we progress towards the final decision, it was made very clear to everyone involved that there was time taken to suitably explain the process. Typically, I think there's not as much Q&A happening with comments. Usually it's just accepting the comments and proceeding. It's probably appropriate to have a little bit of response back at this time, just so we can make sure the public understands what's happening. I don't know, Jonathan, if there's something more that you want to add to that.
No, that was an excellent explanation. As Dr. Porras stated, it is required under elections code to have 2 pre-map hearings held within 30 days of each other, just for this purpose, to allow the community to voice their concerns and for the board to gather public input. And so as they go into the process of drafting maps, they have at least some understanding of what some of the community concerns are. And the statute doesn't explicitly state out exactly the manner in which the public hearing has to occur. So we see no problem with there being a little bit of back and forth and, you know, receiving comments and trying to address those concerns right now. I believe there will be, it might make more sense just from a conceptual standpoint once the maps are already drawn, the next two public hearing, the post-map hearings, are also opportunities for the public to voice their concerns. And this time they'll have, an explicit map in front of them, which they can discuss, which will likely answer a lot of the questions that occurred tonight.
Okay, so the public hearing is simply saying we're doing this, we're moving it forward, and we will end up redrawing maps. So unless there's other board comment, and I think pipe up now, I'd like to go ahead and close the public hearing portion.
Want to make sure Trustee Swanson's also asked that question. I just want to make sure.
Oh, thanks, Dr. Portis, and thanks, President Paff, for opening it back up to board comment. I just, in listening to the questions from the members of the public, it sounds like they may not feel that this is an equity move. And, from the many meetings we've had about this actually is a major equity move. And that's the reason for this and for the California Voters' Rights Act. And so I just, it would be, what's the right word? It would be a shame if members of the public walked away feeling like that. And so I just wanted to reiterate that this is to make voting more accessible and trustee seats more accessible for our entire community. And so that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so at this point, the public hearing is closed. We then move on to consideration and adoption of resolution 1078, which is to identify the criteria the demographer will consider when developing trustee boundaries. And Dr. Porras, this is actually for you to present, but I think there's a resolution which I could read. I don't think it matters right now. I'm not going to read it. But on the back of it is an Exhibit A. And Exhibit A says criteria to guide the establishment of trustee areas. Is it possible to put this on screen? Thank you so very much. There are three that are legally mandated. We cannot uncheck the box. Boundaries of trustee areas shall be established so that trustee areas are rationally equal. Doesn't have to be perfect, but pretty close. Boundaries of trustee areas shall not be gerrymandered in violation of the principles established by the United States Supreme Court in Shaw versus Reno, 1993, and other applicable law. And if anybody's ever looked at West Virginia, you might say, well, wait a minute, how is that? But nonetheless, we will agree with that. Boundaries of trustee areas shall be established so the trustee areas do not result in the denial or abridgment of the right of any citizen to vote on account of race or color as provided in Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act. So we cannot get away from that. And then there are 10 more plus a couple blanks. Boundaries of the trustee area shall be compact insofar as practicable. Boundaries of trustee areas shall be created to contain contiguous territory insofar as practicable. Observe communities of interest. May take into account visible features such as mountains, flatland, oceans. Boundary trustee may consider avoid pairing two or more incumbents in a single trustee area to the extent legally allowable. These are suggestions at this point. And board, quite frankly, I'm not feeling that I'm in a position to vote on these as suggestions right now without actually trying to get more public comment and an announcement out there. And whether or not that is a public survey to do that, or at least make known, and we could put this on the web. It's on the web already in the agenda, of course, but in some manner to try and provide a little more public input on these specific items. I know what I would pick. However, good criteria. So I'll go. Dr. Rivera, what are your thoughts?
I like what you said about basically soliciting more public or the community involvement. So I would agree with you insofar as putting it up on the web or something and inviting the community to see what they think is important.
Awesome.
These are suggestions, but aren't we just tonight saying we are moving forward? I mean, from what I'm seeing, this whole process will evolve over several months. So it's not as if we're wrapping it up with a bow and it's done tonight. So if we vote to move forward on this, which we need to do, and there's a timing element, which has been mentioned previously, that these things have to happen within a specific timeline, and it's outlined here in the board packet. So I think we should move ahead, and absolutely, there should be tons of opportunities for the community to participate, to talk, to give us feedback. But I don't think saying, well, we won't initiate now because we're going to wait for the feedback. I think we initiate, move forward, and allow lots of time for the public to come forward and share thoughts as we get more knowledge about how this whole process will unfold. So I'd say let's move forward.
Okay, I think that's a question we need to have answered. And before I go to Ms. Swanson or Mr. Swanson, is Jonathan still online?
Yes.
Jonathan,
Yes, I am.
is that interpretation that Ms. Dawson has, that we are approving, if we approve this this resolution 1078, we are moving forward, but we are not absolutely defining the criteria as listed on the back, or are we in fact defining those criteria tonight?
So I think I should take a step back. This resolution right here is not required under the California Voting Rights Act when transitioning to by trustee area elections. The purpose of this resolution is to allow the board transparency in which categories they want weighed heavier than others. So as you all know, you're already on the path to go to by trustee area elections. There are federally mandated requirements that draft maps must meet. And so this is just an opportunity at the moment, if the board desires, to say, we've heard sufficient public comment. We as a board want to let our demographer know, to identify that this certain extra criteria we want weighed particularly heavily after the required ones. So with that being said, a criteria resolution like this can be adopted at a future meeting, perhaps, as you mentioned, after having the opportunity to solicit more public comment and maybe have a survey or something along those lines. But at the end of the day, whether you pass a criteria resolution today, tomorrow, and a month from now, the mandated requirements for maps are already known by the demographers. They're already going to work on it, but this is just an opportunity to give the demographer a little more direction to kind of tailor the maps in a manner that the board thinks is best for the community. So I hope that provides some clarification.
Okay, then I'm going to rescind what I just said, because I misunderstood, and I think we absolutely, if there's no rush on this, then let's take our time.
Thank
Okay,
you. Thank you very much.
That really
Okay.
clarified it. Thank you.
Ms. Swanson.
Yeah, thanks, John. So, so this is we have an opportunity tonight to discuss these options as a board. So are we going to discuss them as a board tonight?
Well, we can discuss them ourselves, or we can ask for additional public input. So like, if
Okay,
there's something that's
and-
particularly important to you now, go ahead.
No, I mean, I'm fine with just leaving the top three boxes marked, the ones that we are required to, and letting the demographer go about his process. So that's where I stand on this. And Council Barry Smith was saying, the process to do this redistricting has already, that ship has sailed. We are moving forward on this. This is just to give guidance to the demographer. So I'd be in favor of working on it tonight.
Mr. Swanson.
And we could talk about it tonight, but I'd like to hear more from the public about it before we dive into it as board members, because what I think I'm going to hear, I think what we will all hear if it's a confusing process. It's, as I go through and look at all these things, it's like I had more questions than than ever. It was a real head scratcher at times. I know we're moving forward with it, and I know we have to. I don't know if it'll ultimately change anything, but because I think it requires so much explanation too. I want to hear and really try to engage with the public, find out what their concerns are, because it can be really misperceived as to what's happening here too. You're drawing the lines which way and why did you do that, and what criteria did you use, and what criteria was available to you, all of those things. So I want to hear from the public more. We have empty spaces here too, right? We have 11 and 12. We can put anything in there.
Well, I think it behooves us to do what you're talking about, because we're talking about, I mean, I'm not running again, but people up here are making decisions that affect their future. So I think for transparency, the more involvement from the public that they're weighing in and letting us know what they think versus our saying, here's how I'd like to do it, and I'm running for office. I think it really pays to include them as much as possible. And this will clarify, as you say, a very complicated thing. And if they're reading this, it gives them different prisms at which to look at the issue and how do we proceed. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will open to public comment right now, and then we'll come back to the board. Fine. Close public comment. So I would like to, is it possible to put this out in a manner such that we feel we can get reasonable response back, Ralph?
Well, I would speak with the demographer and our legal counsel in that regards. They have the most experience at it. I think I'm not sure. We've from staff perspective, I would just suggest we've posted this on the agenda every time. I mean, it's a known entity in regards to the process that we're moving forward with, and so I'm not sure what process would incite more reaction to items that we've already been putting out. I agree, as much as we can get input, that's great. I'm just not sure what that additional step would be. My guess would be, and I know you'll shudder to hear me say this, but my guess would be you probably need a special board meeting if you want to try and hone on this, but there are a lot of meetings set up specifically to address these issues sequentially. So really, I can talk more with a demographer. They're listening now. So if there's a direction that you'd like for them to assist on, I think they're probably better suited at advising on this than I would be.
Could there be a link on our website that said, if you want to understand more about our, districting for future elections, please see these documents versus an entire board packet and kind of digging through it? They could go there if they so desire.
Sure, we have a tab on the web page specifically for this, and we can add these items.
Perfect. I think that's a good way to do it.
Through the chair, President Paff, may I speak?
Yes.
So just to clarify, this Exhibit A on this resolution, if we go with the three top boxes that are checked, we're going with the mandated rules for redistricting. And if we leave the rest of them unchecked, we are not, nobody is asking for, any special or changes to this. So anyone who's planning on running again or not running again gets no favor whatsoever. This is the most basic. There's nothing special about this that anyone on the board is doing. This is just saying, yeah, let's move forward and let's just use these three guides for the establishment of trustee areas, and we'll move forward. So I just wanted to clarify that I'm not looking for anything special to be done because of where I live or where somebody else lives. And so personally, I don't see why we can't go ahead with this tonight. I am always in favor of more public comment, but unfortunately, I don't see how public comment for this specific thing will change the course of the final outcome. And so I'd be in favor of getting this done tonight.
Well, the one that I would prefer, you know, if we're adding anything, is that we have the least. We saw a test map that had a long leg at one point, and this is just something I think probably somebody just threw together. And to me, that is really not. That is in fact gerrymandering, and I would prefer not to do that. So somehow I feel like we should be writing that in, that we do not want contiguous territory is important. So, however, if there is a, Brian, you were saying?
Well, I'm just looking at the timeline, in which, again, I think speaks to the need to just figure out a way to reach out a little bit more. I know it's been in the packets and we've been talking about this for a long time, but so what's our next step? It's like this is our second meeting. And then the next time we actually sit down and talk about it again is January 20, right? Yeah, but that's then discuss and select final maps is on January 20. So I know it's a tricky one, because I could sort of go either way on it too. When you look at the boxes here that you can check, it's like some of them are just so open-ended anyway. They end as insofar as practicable. Communities of interest, which we talked about a little bit, seems something that's very open to interpretation. It could be a socioeconomic class, or it could be people with pools in their backyard. Not here.
That's one.
I know.
One, yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter if we do this in a few weeks. I mean, the point is, this is the first time I've seen Exhibit A here. And it would be nice if the public has the opportunity to just look at it. They may not have strong opinions and want to weigh in, well, no, it should be 8 and 12, or whatever, but just give them the time. It doesn't matter.
Well, the thing that concerns me most about doing it tonight is that the next official meeting, when we're taking a look at this, is final maps. And so I'm leaning towards not doing it tonight and reaching out more, just to try to spread information more again about what it is that we're doing.
Board, can I provide some clarification?
Yes.
Yes. So just to provide a little more transparency on the timeline. The timeline only discusses the mandatory meetings for this process. If the board wanted to do so, there is basically between now and January opportunity for optional, community interest meetings, or basically any meeting that you would like, which could potentially satisfy the concerns that I'm hearing of the board does seem like it wants to maybe, get more public comment. And so there is nothing wrong at all in the process of tabling this resolution for a later date. Maybe even posting it on the district's dedicated CVRA website, seeing if members of the community, whether it's a survey or through future board meetings, comment on that. And then when the board has that input, to come back to this resolution. And or as you all have mentioned, there are certain boxes that are very or relatively amorphous. I think box 10 shall comply with such other factors which become known during the process and adopted by the board. I mean, that's basically saying, as you learn more information, to take that into account. Or if you wanted to, you could transparently state out on this resolution, we are going to wait until we hear more public comment. I mean, it's really up to the board as to what direction you want to go with this. You definitely have time to solicit more public input if you want. But this is probably the part of the process that is most flexible. because it is not, there's no particular mandate in legislation that requires this process be done any particular way.
Okay, well, if we were to take this to a vote and we vote against it today, we just bring it back. Is that correct? Okay. So, yes, go ahead.
And it sounds like, again, that this resolution is actually not required.
Yes.
So again, you, in the course of accepting input, you certainly can just simply use this as a tool to make recommendations for the demographer. That's also, just kind of bear that in mind. On the California Voters' Right Act tab of the website, so if you just go to the website, you, on the right-hand side, you click on California Voters' Rights Act, and it opens up, and the presentation you see now, the original version is right there already, so it's been on that website. I can ask Raymond to go ahead, Director DeVos, excuse me, to go ahead and maybe put out a pop-up window on the web for a week, so that anytime anyone opens the web, it'll say, hey, check out this site for more information. We can blast out a social media blurb or something that just says, check out our website on this, to give people an opportunity to see what has already been posted, and this will be posted as well. So we can provide those opportunities as well. Long story short, sorry.
Well, I'm not prepared to make a motion on this. So have a motion in a second.
President Pass.
Yes.
So, you know, one thing I have heard at this meeting is that it does sound like there is public confusion on this matter as a whole. I don't know if necessarily there's confusion on specifically this exhibit, but it does seem like there is an opportunity for us to communicate more out to the public. And as far as doing the same thing that we've been doing, which is putting it on our website or drawing more attention with a little banner on our website, you know, we have been doing that. So if we really wanted to make an effort, a true effort to the public becoming more aware and able to comprehend this, you know, I hear what Dr. Portas is saying about having a special meeting where we actually are there, we're putting our money where our mouth is, and we're taking this time to invite the public and really put it out there, put a notice in the paper, you know, do public outreach to the maximum. If we want to do something like that, I could see that be valuable. I can't see it just being valuable if we just kind of keep doing what we have been doing and just get, you know, very limited comments. So I would be in favor of actually going full on trying to engage the public on this. And I'm not saying that we haven't done what we need to do. I know it's been noticed appropriately. It's been in our packets and agendas. We've done everything that we have to do and that we're responsible to do. But if the real concern is overall that the public needs more opportunity to comprehend this, then I would urge all of us to make a move to really engage them and not just put it on our website.
Thank you. So I believe at this point, we do not have a motion on this to move it forward. Unless I see one. Okay. We will set that aside. Move on to Resolution 1077 regarding sufficiency of instructional materials for fiscal year 2021, 22.
Mr. President, if I may, I just want to go ahead and thank our presenters if there's.
Oh, yes,
not needed.
please. I'm sorry. They're
Okay. Thank you both, gentlemen. Appreciate your input, and we'll continue to be in touch.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. This is a public hearing. It'll be followed by a resolution. Ani, I think it's straightforward, so I'll just open up if you have some short comments on your opening the public hearing.
Every year we come to, as part of the requirement for the state that we share with the board that we have sufficient materials for our students addressing all of the standards, K-12. And that is what the resolution states, that we have that. And I've explained everything in the cover, and so I'm here to answer any questions.
Brian, any questions?
No, yeah, we've been here before. We should just create like a hologram thing that we play every year.
I
And so
know.
you don't have to come and do it and be just like the same thing. And we all say, we
Yeah,
get it. and-
exactly.
and
Yeah,
move
yeah.
on. But no,
Yeah.
nothing more. Thank you, Ani.
Yeah, thank you.
Carolyn?
No comment. Thank you.
Dawson?
None at this time. Thank you
Dr.
for keeping us on track.
Dr. Rivera?
Just a quick question. We're not using STEM scope yet because we don't have the time to invest in implementing this new system. because
Well, you know what, we agree, well, the committee said they wanted it. And last year with COVID, it was impossible to implement. This year, because we're back in the classroom, it was recommended that we wait. We currently are using mystery science, which is aligned to the standards, and our teachers are doing a phenomenal job with it. And so our goal is to adopt STEM scopes for the following school year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Any public comment?
I'm glad that we're ready for this year. I really want to also request that we look seriously into at least an elementary inclusive current social studies curriculum, like super soon.
For that, I agree absolutely wholeheartedly. Even though the standards have not changed for social studies, the frameworks have the framework. And I know that we have a lot of new things in the framework that we need to include. And yes, we do need to adopt a social studies program, but that would entail a committee. It would entail a piloting and all of that. So I'm happy to begin that process. So, yes.
Thank you. That's actually a separate, right now we have sufficient material. This is a
Yes, we do.
sufficiency statement.
Yes, we do. Yes,
So,
we do. Thank you, Erica. You're
Thank
absolutely
you.
correct.
I don't disagree. I think
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
Chavez would know, so. Okay, any other public comment? Anyone online?
No.
Okay, with that, I bring it back to the board. Do I have a motion for approval of resolution 1077?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Frank Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Side two, okay. We now go to public hearing of PGTA Sunshine List for 2021-22. We are opening public hearing. Dr. Porras, would you like to walk through this very quickly?
Absolutely. As required by law, we're bringing forward for public hearing, both the teachers and then also the district's sunshine list for opening negotiations. This item you see in front of you is what has been submitted by the Pacific Grove Teachers Association as their sunshine list for negotiations. The item is in the packet and it's there for your review and approval.
Thank you very much. Item one is total compensation wages, number of years services credited to members, communication between PGUSD and each PGTA member regarding years of service and professional growth. Section 2, benefits, healthcare coverage for current members, coverage for unit members. Section 8, hours of employment. That's item 2, section 3, I misread, pardon me. Item 4 is CTE teachers with the opportunity to be eligible for permanent status. This is a 10-year item for CTE. And item 5, system for PGUSD to offer stipend positions and negotiate compensation positions for those not listed in the current contract. These are items to be discussed under negotiations. Board, any other comments? I think that this is what's been asked and we have no reason not to agree. Ms. Swanson?
No comment.
Any public comment? Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing on this. Thank you all very much. We then go to approval of that same list. So we have a public hearing and then we immediately go to approval. I do not think we need to repeat those, so I shan't unless someone has a question that's come up in the last 2 minutes. Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none. Anybody online?
Move for approval of the Pacific Grove Teachers Association Sunshine List for 2021-22.
Okay, all,
Seconded.
thank you. Motion made by Brian Swanson, seconded by Christy Dawson. All in favor? Aye.
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 Hi.
This is a roll call
Roll call
vote.
vote, Mr. President.
Thank you. Aye.
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 I can't hear you, but I'm assuming you called my name. Aye.
Okay, thank you all very much. Passes 5-0. We move on to public hearing 4. Public hearing is now open on PGUSD district sunshine list. Mr. Rogerman is not here to speak to this. Dr. Porras, this includes wages, employee benefits, teacher attendance, incentive pay, and jury duty leave. Again, this is what the district has said they want to talk about, board, unless we have some reason to disagree. Carolyn?
No comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment? Okay. So public hearing is now closed on this item. And I believe, Dr. Porras, we're not actually contractually bound to put a sunshine list out, but we do, correct?
Correct. It's an optional on the
Yeah, it's
district
just a
end,
good idea.
but
so-
we've made it a procedure.
Okay. The next item then is action discussion on the same item. There is, unless somebody again has a comment that's come up. See any public comment, nobody there. Do I have a motion to accept approval of PGUSD PGTA negotiations, sometimes topics for 21-22?
Motion to accept?
I'll second.
Motion made by Dr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Swanson. Roll call vote, please. Aye.
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 Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. We move on to action discussion F, Spanish language elementary program. Ms. Silva, or your designee, who would like to address this?
Share my screen. Okay. Share. Right. So we're here to talk about the Spanish language. We have a fabulous committee of folks. I just want to point out that we have Dr. Elliot Hazen, Eloisa Junqueira. We have Chris Sosa Loomis, Leslie Ternulo, Ariana Macias, Vito Garcia, and we've had other folks come, but the team has been those that I have just mentioned, and truly with a passion for really bilingualism is what we're after. When we began our committee, I'm just going to give you a little overview of how we evolved, but it really was about what is our goal for our students who graduate from high school. It wasn't just about elementary school. And I know that's what you charged us with, but as we began talking, it was like, well, where are we going? What is this about? And really it was about the end result. How do we support and make our students who graduate from high school able to be bilingual, proficient, and have opportunity in the world globally? as bilinguals. So anyway, that's the big picture that kind of drives us. We know that we have a lack of a second language program at the elementary school. That's a given. And the middle school is an issue. You know, there used to be a time when the middle school provided a Spanish program, Spanish language, and that went away years ago when I was a middle school teacher. So that's been at least 11 years ago, more than that. We did an elementary survey of parents through the after school enrichment program, because that was one way we felt that we really could begin right away offering Spanish language instruction after school. And we had 140 respondents, most of which were from second grade parents, but most of them said they would like to have a 2 to 3 day after school program for Spanish in the after school enrichment program. We also spoke about offering our current native Spanish speakers to participate in the program as mentors and as language models for Spanish speaking, you know, as for English speaking only students who would, and, you know, in that way they would show their proficiency. They would show that, you know, this is what I'm good at. I can do this. So felt very proud about that. And so that's what this is about. And I know I have Natalie Montgomery, who is our coordinator for after school enrichment, was going to discuss now with you. I don't know, Natalie, where you are, but she's going to share what currently is going on with the after school enrichment program and how we're incorporating Spanish in that. Natalie?
Thank you, Ani. So yes, as Ani mentioned, one of the questions on the Google Form survey was asking parents if there were any of them interested in teaching a Spanish class. I had about 6 parents respond, and then after contacting them, found 2 parents who could commit to teaching classes in Spanish for ASE. So one parent is from Robert Down and one parent is from Forest Grove. So then I sent an email to Mr. Rogaman and Mr. Keller to ask for their input on setting up classes on their campuses. I am taking their concerns regarding health and safety issues very seriously. So I'm planning on offering ASE Spanish classes for Robert Down students at Robert Down and Forest Grove students at Forest Grove. This is to prevent any issues should a student get sick. We don't have any crossover or intermingling with our campuses. And I think that was a concern of Mr. Keller to keep those safe. So then I was looking back at what ASE has offered in the past, and just before shutdown in my winter session, ASE session of 2020, I had a Spanish class and it was very successful, and the parents and students really enjoyed it. So I think we're going to be using that same curriculum style in these classes, with students learning basic phrases to greet friends and introduce themselves, plus numbers, colors, days of the weeks, months, names of animals, how to talk about their families members in Spanish. There also can be songs and games to further support language learning. So I'm going to start working with our instructors in building some fun and engaging classes, which hopefully we can do 2 to 3 times a week. And I'm hoping that if all goes well, we can possibly start after fall break. And that's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. I now will invite, I believe, Eloisa Junqueira is going to discuss the second and third slide. Eloisa, are you there? Eloisa, okay. Junqueira, Junqueirea.
Yes, hi, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So hi, everybody. I'm a PGUSD mom of a 9th grader and a 3rd grader. And we'd like to talk to you about the importance of language instruction early. We put it in a few points. Doesn't encompass everything, but we thought it was a few things that would probably hit a note with everybody. Providing second language study is not just a minor enrichment in a curriculum. It can alter the culture of a school and open opportunities that would not exist otherwise. Designating second language study as one of core subjects is essential for a successful program. Meaning, we think that as long as this is just as an alternative or just ASC, something like that, it might not be incorporated into the curriculum the way we hope it to be. Students who learn a second language early improve their primary language skills and improve their chances for native pronunciation and a high level of proficiency later on. And that can be confirmed by numerous studies looking at children of all different first languages learning a second language. Is not only English to another language, it's every way around.
Just go back, hold on. No, there we go. This is the second one. Okay, go ahead, Eloisa, you're still on. Eloisa? What? You're still on.
I am here. I can't see the slide though.
Can't? Okay.
I can't see the slide.
Can't, okay.
Oh, here it is. Nope, disappeared again.
We have Elliot here just in case.
Yes, I can take over here if that's okay, Louisa.
Okay.
This slide was just to talk about how important language and biliteracy is as a life skill. This is not just something that you can, use to travel overseas, but many careers actually can be made through biliteracy. And so there are a number of work sites. There's many job sites like Indeed.com that highlight the need or the advantage of having biliteracy when hiring all over the United States. Strengthening the exposure and learning at elementary and middle school can also help our students graduate at high school with a state seal of biliteracy on their diploma. And this was something brought up by Mr. Garcia, Principal Garcia. And also this idea of potentially even having a translation certificate. So again, there's an opportunity for jobs directly out of high school. Starting early will only help us towards these goals. And another important point is the Global California 23 initiative has a goal of having 50% of high school graduates achieving biliteracy. I personally don't see how that can be done in our district without elementary and middle school Spanish. So I'll go quickly. Oops. A little bit of a delay. So I apologize for some of the outdated terms on this slide, but this was one that really just wanted to highlight there are multiple pathways to implementation. So I know the previous time this was discussed in front of the board, there really was that focus on dual immersion, full immersion. And there are, goals of hitting in multiple levels to decide if that is the ultimate place we want to go. But it's not the end all be all. We can have exploratory goals. We can have language focused goals where we can really bring this in to the standard curriculum and then get an idea whether immersion is where we as a district want to go. So I'll let it catch up for a second. Our committee is requesting or suggesting, whichever one is appropriate, that this year we really focus on exposure, which is creating maybe a short and long-term strategic plans for grades K-5, but starting with this after-school enrichment Spanish program. We're ready to go. The work from Ms. Montgomery and others has really been impressive on this front. Then next year, we will be tasked with the elementary school. Adding a Spanish section at the middle school was supported by Principal Roach, and it really will help us work backwards again from the high school to have the opportunity to graduate with these skills and translation certificate potentially. But then next year, also focusing on this idea of proficiency, developing a pull-out Spanish program, ideally with 2 elementary FTEs, 1 at each site. And we have Carmel Elementary as an example. We know they're also not the exact same school district that we are, but that's where this next year of planning comes. We were a group of parents, a group of folks that obviously have some experience with this, but hiring a consultant to really evaluate our curriculum, our school size, and frame our options and pathways forwards of how we can get from exposure to proficiency seems critical to implement these goals. So I think with that, in case you have any questions, I was going to put up a intentionally busy slide that has a lot of quotes we got from PGUSD parents. It really highlighted why learning multiple language is important to the parents of this district. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the rest of our slides are quotes from parents that we captured. Not that we're going to read them, but for the purposes of. So, any questions?
So
Direction.
go
from the
back, please,
board.
one slide.
Back one slide. This one. No, wait.
Well, just wait. Speed of light is a little slower than it was. Questing suggestion, exposure. So this is after school enrichment at the elementaries right now,
Yes.
correct? Nothing at, no addition at the middle school?
No, because we've already started the school year. Oh,
It's
you
after
mean?
school enrichment.
Oh, you
so
mean after school? No, after school enrichment is a function of elementary.
Only elementary.
Yes.
Okay, we have no,
Yes.
okay. Next year, add towards proficiency by next year, 2022, 23, you're saying at both elementaries, see if we can push in an educator for teaching. And simultaneous, this year, start planning with a consultant, or next year plan for a consultant?
This year.
Okay, so for next year, hire a consultant to work towards a better curriculum. Recommendations and what's being asked. Okay,
Right.
thank you. Ms. Dawson.
When we first talked about this with the full immersion, I'm trying to picture a first grade teacher and then adding a second grade and then adding a third grade. And to me, that was too much in such a small district. I worked in Los Angeles Unified. You get to do, medical magnets and performing art magnets and everything because of the numbers. I really like this. Kindergarten, is it half day or full day?
Kindergarten is full day.
Okay, so that would
Till
be.
2, right? 2
And,
o'clock. Yeah.
okay, so they would be able to start as well. I just think this is a great way to do it. I like very much the thing about the culture, starting to understand, even at a very young age, different ways of people living, how different, just the cultural thing I think is incredible. I'm not clear. I like everything very, very much. The only thing I would kind of question is a consultant to evaluate our curriculum. I don't know quite what that would mean because our curriculum is that. It would seem like, Ani, you would be able to do
Well,
this.
no, it's not about curriculum, and maybe that's not the right word.
Okay, what are
It
you
really,
saying?
it was really about looking at our system, where we currently are, and what would it take for us to get to that goal, that end goal of
Oh,
of a
okay.
dual immersion. And this was suggested by Principal Garcia, because he worked very closely with someone in his old school district about that came in and presented that to their school district. So that's where that came from. It's kind of like, we need some guidance on how to put this forward if this is the direction that the board would like us to go.
Okay, restated like that?
Yes.
I like it. And one of the concerns I'd had, Principal Garcia, is starting like this is wonderful, but obviously if you're teaching Spanish 1 in high school, you're in trouble as these kids come up and have been exposed for, 8, 9 years. And I know that that's something that I would be concerned about, to make sure that we have, again, the numbers to continue to support the teachers we already have in existence. And can that go on to do, AP Spanish Lit and different things that will really kind of stretch it out. And that consultant would be able to look at that overall system.
Exactly.
So as hesitant as I was about the immersion and trying to figure out how that could ever be implemented in such a small district, I love this. And I'm very, very excited that a group of individuals all came together with passion and put it together very, very nicely. So I'm a big proponent, love it. Let's do it.
Thank you. I'm very pleased, Elliot was instrumental in this, because he was kind of like, it's not an all or nothing. It's kind
Yes.
of like that we've got an in between. And so thanks to that conversation and guiding us in that way, we came up with this. But I have to say that at a minimum, we really, really, really recommend second, Spanish at the middle school.
Yes, yes.
Like-
In my previous district, there was such a strong middle school teacher that kids would come into Spanish 3 in 9th grade. And she was just outrageously gifted.
Yeah.
So it can make a huge difference.
It really can, because,
Yeah.
and this is our goal of, how do we support our students from the seal of biliteracy? We have a large Hispanic population anyway in our district. There's no reason why our Hispanic students cannot take Spanish and learn the academic Spanish to become proficient
Yes.
in Spanish, listening, speaking, reading, and writing.
In some districts, that's just referred to as Spanish for Spanish speakers. In Santa Cruz, that's the
Right.
courses that we have.
Right,
That's what
right,
we
yeah.
had too.
So I've spoken a lot to our high school counselors and encouraged them for our Spanish speakers to say, take that Spanish class. Because, and I'd say that to the elementaries at the ELACs too. I'm like, we've got to, I tell them about the seal of biliteracy. So I think it's important to share with our community the opportunity of the seal of biliteracy, and not just about Spanish speakers, but our French speakers, our German speakers. Just because we don't offer those other languages does not mean that students who aren't proficient in those other languages can't do the seal of biliteracy through other methods.
Yes.
So anyway.
Good point. Thank you.
I'm very excited about this, and I'm for all of it. Absolutely. I mean, I just found out today in another meeting that 48% of households in Monterey County are Spanish-speaking households. I didn't know it was that large, but it is. And at CSUMB, we know that you can't get into the physician's assistant program unless you have a few years of Spanish under your belt. So we're definitely heading in the direction we need to head. So thank you, both of you, so much for this.
I was just going to add another point of that last bullet for the consultant was, I mean, Spanish also doesn't have to be the end all be all, right? And again, we know we're a small district, but maybe there is an opportunity to offer German, maybe to collaborate with other schools or other languages, as so be it. So that's part of the goal, is that long-term planning is something that I think a small group of us we saw the benefit of the consultant. So I just wanted to clarify. Sorry.
Mr. Swanson.
There we go. I was confused as to who you were calling on.
Mr. Swanson.
So for middle school, adding a section at the middle school, that would be at grade 8, is that right?
Actually, it could be at grade 7 and 8.
Okay, all right. So it could be
Principal Roach suggested actually exposure at the wheel too, since there is that initial opportunity for electives. They would have exposure there that then would translate through 7 and 8.
Okay, all right.
Well, we'll come to him. Okay.
Okay, I mean, I love it. I love how we've gotten here too. We've talked about this off and on over the years. We know that it's really important, but I love that a group of people that are really passionate about it have come to us with a really well thought out, reasoned presentation. And I don't know what it's going to cost. I almost don't care. I just want us to do it and figure out how to
Don't let
do it.
Song hear you say that. I had to broach Song with this.
Anyway, I mean, I do care what it costs. Of course I care what it costs, but I want to make it happen. I think it's great. And just my thanks to everybody who was involved in putting it together, because I know that it's not easy to get there, but you demonstrated, and I think many of us know, the value to a student and to the community is incalculable. It makes you more employable. It makes you a world citizen with a worldview. It can really help contribute towards that. So I could go on and on and on, but I won't. So anyway, that's all I got.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson.
Yeah, thanks, John. So I support this for sure. I like that you had committee members present and speak. I really appreciate that, hearing from the committee members in their own words. I think if we can do that moving forward with any committees we have, I think it's fantastic. So good job, Ani, having that happen. And you know, we've always had parent support for this in our district, and I'm so encouraged to hear that we have board support now too. And I see this as an equity move as well as an academic move. So I really, really am excited for this. I love the opportunity for native Spanish speakers to take pride in participating in this program. And like Ani said, kind of show off their skills. I think that's fantastic. And I'm also kind of excited for all of our students who, once this program really gets running and Spanish becomes something that they're kind of, you know, immersing in more and more, that they can bring Spanish home to their families and talk with their parents and their siblings as well. I think that's definitely something I'm looking forward to. I also love the translation certificate. That it sounds to me that's a marketable skill, something that kids can put on resumes, and there's just so much value in this. I wish that I would have had this opportunity when I was in elementary school. I do have a question about the after-school enrichment. Is that free of charge to all families? And are we going to compensate the teachers, the parent teachers at Robert Down and Forest Grove? And I couldn't quite hear what Song said, but I'm hoping that this, that with our board direction, that there will be budget money for this and to adopt the full plan. So if you could answer my questions, that would be great. Thank you.
Ani, go ahead.
Okay, after school enrichment is a fee-based program. So parents would pay. For the students that we are inviting to participate as mentors, that would be free. Those are our Spanish speakers. As far as, okay, your other question was fiscal, and I will, Song will respond to that.
Song doesn't have to respond to that. The
Oh, she
board-
doesn't.
No, because the board directs Song.
Oh,
if
the
we
board
wanna make
directs
it
Song.
happen.
Okay, there you go.
Do you have an estimation, if I may, the cost, the fee-based cost? Someone I know is asking that question already. The fee-based after school.
It's usually, I think it's like, I don't know, Natalie, are you there? Okay, I'm just gonna say it's about $70.
Yes, I thought.
About $70 for a 6-week program.
A semester.
Mhm.
With scholarships available, correct?
Oh, absolutely, scholarships are available. Absolutely.
And I know you've spoken to this, and Principal Garcia, it's such an advantage, or one of our best resources are our students. And if you're working with a 5-year-old and you're in the middle school, those are really big people to them, and like they have a lot of authority. So I think it's wonderful, as much as possible, that we, you know, empower our older students to enrich that opportunity for the little kids too. And that with the chances for volunteerism of that nature, when you're looking at college applications, if they can consistently be involved with that, not only for AVID, but for anything, if there could be a club that's generated that they can be a part of, that can serve them on so many levels. So I just
great-
encourage that.
Great
Okay.
idea.
I think there was a third question. The teachers are in fact compensated, correct?
Oh, yes, the teachers who teach for after-school enrichment program, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, so, you know, you have a comment you'd like to make?
Just if I may,
Give me a second.
just give me a minute.
No, me
Oh.
first. The Ani, Elliot, Ralph, you guys know where I've been on this. This is number 3 on my my 4 list of being on a board. We're down to 1, which probably won't happen. So, you know, clearly moving it forward, and I really appreciate that you put together a group over the summer. I actually felt like in this particular instance, I kind of railroaded you into it last spring. So thank you for taking that on and doing such an effective job.
My pleasure. As a bilingual person, I
And
believe in
my
it.
daughter
So.
did have you as a, well, my now son did have you, right? Ralph, go ahead.
I thank you, Mr. President. I actually was going to say the same thing. I wanted to, for just a couple of thank yous. First, like Director Silva just said, as a bilingual, bicultural person, that I can't, this is wonderful. And I applaud the parents and the committee, just really spectacular. And I'm glad we could finally get the traction and move forward. And all kudos to you for making this work. But Mr. President, I want to thank you as well. You've been tenacious on this, and you've asked this repeatedly for several years now. And so I just want to appreciate all the effort that you made to getting us moving on this. Much appreciated on behalf of the community and the staff. So thank you for that too, because it does take that energy and that commitment to make.
I had hair when I started.
Yeah.
Any other public comment? Any other public comment? Perfect. Beth, you want to go first, then we'll go with Mr. Roach. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate that.
Beth Shamas. My only concern is when you start to look at what you're going to do into the elementaries. You know, you can have the best programs, but as soon as you start to put a new program in, you're taking something out. And so you got to really look at how you're going to balance that. And, you know, just to be aware of that, you know, it sounds really good, but there's only so much time in the school day. And a lot of times new programs come in and that limits some of the basics that have been offered before that. Also, I'd like to know what the elementary teachers think of this idea.
Thank you. Mr. Roach.
Thank you, trustees. Sean Roach, principal of Pacific Grove Middle School. I had the opportunity to meet with this passionate and informed group, and I think this is an absolute win in so many ways. Appreciation of a culture. There's great interest in Spanish here at the middle school. If you look at street signs and names and cafes all around this area, they're all in Spanish. And I think it's important for our students to be able to understand what those signs mean. And we have many new families coming to us and saying what a wonderful school we have. And then they ask if we have a language, and we are not able to tell them yes at this point. The plan I would have would be to remove a class from the wheel, kind of an antiquated class, and insert the Spanish as an exploratory in the wheel and let students see if they are interested in Spanish. And then I would do kind of a Spanish A and B, and I would offer a half a year of high school Spanish as a year-long course for middle school and say 7th grade, and then the other half in 8th grade, with the goal of having them enter Spanish 2 at the high school and really get a leg up on that seal of biliteracy and populate those AP Spanish classes. I'm super excited about this. I have no doubt that we could easily fill those classes and really create some excitement here on campus. Thank you.
Mr. Roach. Ms. Junquera.
Yes, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
One thing that was not in our slides, because we concentrated so much on the Spanish, the introduction of the Spanish curriculum, is that one issue that we brought up before, and Mr. Garcia is not here today, but I just don't want to let this idea die, is the importance of the high school accepting college level language classes as a PGHS credit and not an additional credit. So as things are now, a child must take Spanish or French at PG high school and can take whatever they want at college, but it won't substitute for those. And that discourages a lot of kids that want to learn other languages to go ahead and take it because they thought they could take it for high school credit instead of Spanish and French. So just not to let that idea die, as part of the whole packet is also then to have the high school accept college credit to substitute for the Spanish and French at the high school. And the other thing is about the fundraising. This committee is compromised with talking to the PTA about fundraising for kids that cannot afford the language program, and also came up with the idea of fundraising with local Hispanic-owned business to to support some scholarships for the program.
Thank you. Anyone else? Robin? Okay.
Hi, yes, I want to just say thank you for the presentation. It was excellent, and I just really wanted to offer my strong support for moving forward with both the elementary school and middle school level Spanish opportunities. I know as a parent, this is something that I've wanted, and many of the parents that I know have wanted for a really long time. As a faculty member at CSUMB, I see all the time that my students who are bilingual, and many of them have so many doors opened to them for having that bilingual fluency. And I think it's especially important to remember that beginning early with language instruction is the most important thing. So I really want to emphasize that. As excited as I am about this getting started at the middle school, I also hope it really does get started at those elementary and even lower elementary levels as well. I think that would really make our students reach that level of fluency more easily. Thank you so much.
Ms. Pell. Ms. Daniels.
Hi, I think Miss Anthony raised her hand before I did, so I'd like to let her have an opportunity first. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I can't see, I don't have that list in front, so thank you.
Hi,
Hello.
everyone. Thank you. I'm Valerie Anthony. I have 3 boys at Robert Down, and I just want to say that this is a really great thing that we are trying to do in the community. Pacific Grove has a really wonderful school district, and when you come into it and you realize that there is no language in the district, that really is honestly surprising. And I know that the concern is, how do we fit this in, or how can we make this work? But the reality is that there are other schools, across the country, as a matter of fact, that do have Spanish, in their curriculum, and it does start at the young age. And I think that in the climate that we're in right now, in our community especially, anything that we can give our children, start at the beginning, start when they're young, to teach them to be able to connect with other people and in a different way, will change their lives. And I think that ultimately it will change our community. And I think that that's what the majority of us here in Pacific Grove would like. So I'm really happy that this has come up.
Very much. Ms. Daniels.
Hi. Okay, so I really, 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 really love this idea. Years ago, I was like, why doesn't the elementary school have a Spanish speaking class? And so finally, I'm just really happy that this is coming to pass. I think that it really helps students build empathy for students who are English as a second language. It helps destigmatize accents. And it exposes them to a language early, which is really important in helping them develop those bilingual speaking skills later on. I think Spanish is the second largest language in America right now, which is really important, I think, for students to, be ahead of the game, just to prepare for that. And for college, I just took 3 courses at MPC, getting ready to go over to CSUMB, and it was really, really helpful. And it does prepare them in the long run. So I think that there's no reason why we shouldn't have a Spanish speaking course. And that's my piece.
Morgan.
Hi, I just would like to say thank you, first of all, to Elliot, for his work on this, and also express my strong support for, introducing a second language early on in the kids' lives. As an ESL parent and a bilingual parent, I see the gift, that we can give to our kids if we introduce, a second language early on. It will only benefit them in so many ways. So I just want to share, how much I support this program. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Morgan. With that, we will close public comment. Ralph, the direction as presented tonight, is that sufficient if we give you a resolution, if we take a vote? Okay.
Unless there's other concerns, I think it would be sufficient.
Okay, I make a motion that we accept the recommendation for a Spanish language elementary program.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Mr.
Yes.
Just, you mentioned for the recommendation for the Spanish elementary.
The
pro-
subject matter is listed with Spanish language elementary program.
Got it, okay.
So
Thank you.
how about action discussion F? We'll
No, that's
just
okay,
make it
that's good,
inclusive.
just because of the plan, the long-term plan.
Got it. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Swanson passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. And again, Director Silva, Dr. Hazen, thank you so much for working over the summer to put together something that says, look, there's a coherent plan and it's parent driven. So we know we'll have enough support to move it forward. Thank you.
Huge thank you.
Okay. Action discussion G, which is CSBA policy review. Dr. Porras, do we have a short presentation on this?
We have a presentation indeed. I think we're getting our, I can't remember the speaker's name. Greg, okay, got it. So we do have a presenter and I think he's ready to go. So
yes, good evening, trustees. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Greg Francis. I'm a senior policy manual consultant at the California School Boards Association, and I work on our team that provides policy and governance services. So let me just make sure I can share my screen here. See this. All right, so we provide, CSBA provides several services to our member districts. Our main one here on the policy team is our gamut policy service, in which we have a team of folks who is keeping up with changes in state, federal laws and best practices. And 4 times a year, they put together a packet of updates. We create sample policies that are available to members to use as they decide to update their policies. You're all subscribers to that, so you have that service. What we're going to talk about here, there's 2 different things I want to talk about. One is our Gamut Policy Plus service, which is a service where we host your board manual and you can make updates on that. So I think the best way to explain it is just to look at, this is your website and you host your policies here as a PDF, which is what many districts do. And you also host some of the required mandatory policies you have to have up here as a PDF. So with our Gamut Policy Plus service, what we do is we create a branded site for every district where policies live. So you can see this is Barstow Unified, and you can customize this as you like. There's usually the district color and emblem at the top. Closer to home, this is Monterey Peninsula Unified here. So these are both folks who have this Gamut Policy Plus service. And what it allows them, I'm going to show you the public view and then I'm going to show you the behind the scenes view. But what it allows you to do is you have your policy manual here available for the public, and folks can scroll through your policies by clicking on the sections here. They can search if someone were interested in special education. They can do a simple search here for the title of special education. All these are pulled up. They can sort these by the review date to see when your district last reviewed a given policy. And for any policy, they can go and click in and read the language. They can then print that as a PDF so that they could, if they wanted to, print it to their computer or print it to a printer. I think one thing that's really folks find really exciting, particularly given your recent discussion, is there is an automatic translation tool here. So you can translate any of these, for example, into Spanish automatically. Or if you had someone in your district who was just came over and was a native Filipino speaker, for example, they could do that. So all of these things are translated. It's Google Translate, so it's not totally perfect, but it's all in here and it's easy to access that way. So that's kind of for the public. The way districts are using that is I'm going to show you one district, Portola Valley. And so what they do, this is their board policy page. And they just simply, instead of having one big PDF, they just link folks to their policy manual here, which is, again, the site that we host for you. And also, all of these required postings here rather than having to upload a PDF every time the board makes an edit, they just create this permanent link to where that lives in their manual. And when the board updates this uniform complaint procedures, they don't have to update the link because the content will change. So that's kind of the finished product. I want to now show you on the back end how this helps you as a board. So I'm going to our demo site here. When we have our updates, and again, 4 times a year, CSBA suggests updates. It's logging me out. Let me just make sure I can get back in here. When we have these updates, we will put those updates here in a special communication that you can see. And so I'm just to make it simple, I'm going to take you to our last update packet, which was actually a special one, which you may have discussed, which is the new independent study requirements by the state. So that came in a hurry, and in July, we issued an update packet. And so you can see here, there's all our update packets. But what you could do, so CSBA and our policy team, we put together 2 sample policies, a policy and a regulation to address the new state law. So what you would do when you have this service is you would just click on this icon, which would copy our sample policy into your district manual as a draft. Your board could then discuss it. On the back end, you could decide to make some edits. So let me just turn on our tracker, and it works like Microsoft Word. So if you call yourself the Board of Trustees, you could be Board of Trustees. You wanted to change wording, you can change wording, the superintendent, or maybe just only. You can do all that. You can present it to the board. And then when the board decides to approve it, so for example, if you had approved this tonight, first you would go in and accept all the changes. And then you would put in the date. And when I hit submit here, what this does is the draft now overwrites your current policy, and it has already been updated in the manual. So the public would be able to go in and see this updated independent study policy here. So it makes updates really quickly. You could theoretically publish the updates and have them live and viewable for the public during your actual board meeting. That might be a little ambitious, but it's really saves a lot of time and staff. It helps keep the staff organized because it is all in here. That is our Gamut Policy Plus service. So what that is, again, it is a service where we are hosting your policy manual. And because we are hosting it, any updates that CSBA is putting together, any new sample policies, you can pull them from our sample manual into yours and edit them or approve them. It goes right into your manual. You don't have to deal with the PDFs, the version control, all of that anymore. So that's the first service. Now, to get there, districts like yours that have not been hosting their manual in our with our software, there's going to be a conversion process. So that requires what we call a policy development workshop. And what that entails is we come to your district. So we would come to a district office of your choice, usually the administration building. And we as consultants, myself or one of my colleagues would come, and with you, we would look side by side at each of the policies in your current manual and the policies in the CSBA sample manual. And we would go through with 00, and we would say, CSBA updated this last in 2008, you updated in 2012. So yours might, you may have looked at ours and you updated it. Let's look at this. What do you want to do with it? We'll just keep Pacific Groves. Okay, let's go to 010. You might say we like the language that CSBA uses. Let's keep CSBA. So we go through that. It's a process that takes usually 2.5 days of being there on site. We divide it up. A district like yours is big enough. We probably would divide it up where different heads of different departments would take different sections. But then when we leave that session, we basically have your decision on every single policy, administrative regulation, board bylaw, and exhibit on what you want to do to update it. So you were doing a complete refresh of your manual. We then prepare a draft. Your board gets it and looks at it as one proposed, it's called a global adoption, where it would be adopting the whole new manual. And you would look at that. Some boards will do a special meeting to do that. Others will do it over 2 or more sessions. And then you would adopt that new, whatever the date is that you adopted it, that would be the new adoption date for all of your policies. And at that point, it would be able to live in our global policy plus, or gamut policy plus, and you can just do the updates in there. So this policy development workshop is a one-time process with that fee. The Policy Plus is an annual subscription for that service, which would be paid once a year on July 1st. That's the beginning of our fiscal year. I'm happy to take any questions.
Starting with Dr. Rivera, any questions?
No questions.
Dawson?
Yes, for the workshop that you're speaking of, what's the average number of participants that take part in that?
That really is up to your district. We work with single school districts where, there's one superintendent who's also the principal, and it would just be that person, the executive assistant typically. Then you have like Stockton. So it really depends on the size of your district. What's really helpful is, if there's one person, if you have someone on your staff who is in charge of business and finance and facilities, you have someone who's in charge of personnel, someone who's in charge of curriculum and instruction. So typical size per district of your ADA probably, I guess, would be probably 4 to 8 participants.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Swanson?
Thank you, John. So if we do this conversion, what happens if we cancel and we don't renew July 1st?
So if you were to cancel, what we would do is we would export all the content in your manual. So everything, if we go to someone's index here, all of these, we would export them to you and deliver them to you as PDF.
Okay, so we would be back where we started. Okay. I don't have any more questions for the presenter, but as far as my comments go, I'm hesitant to sign up for this. I appreciate the service, and there is a need, I believe, for our entire manual to have an overhaul. As far as having an entity facilitate that, what I would be most comfortable with is having a committee developed, and we can meet in public, so it's not limited to how many trustees. But I think doing it ourselves would be, not that we wouldn't be doing it ourselves if we use the gamut service. I understand that we play a huge role in participating, but I could just see us being able to work on this and sit down as a committee and guide that ourselves. I could see that being more beneficial to our community, to our bottom line. And then since we already have our board policy as a PDF that is searchable, we can kind of think about if we wanted to later then convert it over for ease, we could do that. But I would like to have the review of the policies be something that we do and we tackle, and then we can move forward with this if we needed to.
Swanson?
I don't have any questions. I think it's impressive what's available. I don't know if it's, especially given what everybody within the district has been through in the last year and a half, if the timing is right to add the work that it would be involved in delving into this. It's, I have to commend CSBA though, or Gamut for putting this together. And I do appreciate the presentation, but I think it's, so yeah. So anyway, long story short, no more questions. It's more a discussion about between board members here and the public.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. And if we are going to try and approach a wholesale revision, I would be in favor of working with Gamut on this. Public comment before we bring it back. Anybody online? Seeing none. Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, I've just been with the Community Human Services. I've been acting on their personnel committee, and we've been taking their whole policy book apart. We've worked with a gal who came in, who that's all she does is personnel. When you take into consideration the number of county, federal, all the rules that are forever changing and the fluidity with which we maneuver through this, I think it's a massive thing. My things that I've done with CSBA, I think they're such an incredible organization. I think there's no question that we desperately need this. There is a price tag, but when you look at school books and things that we need to purchase, this is our Bible. This is what guides us. And I just think it's hugely important. So it would be, I really like also the idea that a personnel person would come in and be directly involved with that. And finance people would come in for the people that would, it would speak to them. I think there would be an opportunity, Trustee Carolyn, for you to be involved with this, absolutely. But as far as tackling it, and fingers crossed that we're reflecting the nuances that are every minute being put into new policy educationally, I think it's way too much. So I would be in favor of doing this, and I wouldn't be worried about going away from it. I mean, the ongoing cost is the annual thing that you would have. But to have their guidance and that dedicated time to come in and do it, I'm all in favor of this.
Thank you. Other board comment? Dr. Rivera, anything? Are you good?
No, I'm good. No questions. I was convinced for last time we looked at this that this is bigger than a Google Docs thing, and your comment about what it would cost an editor. So I'm convinced it would be the way to go.
Ms. Swanson, anything you'd like to add?
I would like to add that we absolutely need to do this, and it sounds like we've got 3, maybe 4 other trustees in agreement with that. And so if the way forward is by signing up with Gamut, then let's sign up.
I've got nothing more right now.
We've already gone to public comments, so do I have a motion when we're?
I move that we accept this California School Board Association policy review.
Okay.
Motion
I'll
made.
second.
Motion was made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Dr. Rivera.
Before we go to a vote, what exactly are we?
Well, we're
voting on?
agreeing to, this is where I was going next, is the motion is for the policy development workshop plus Gamut policy subscription.
Yes.
Okay.
Both.
Dr. Porras, do you have any comments you want to add before we finalize that?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, I've spoken with Mandy a little bit about this. I definitely think the service is, on the long run, is going to help us a lot. Mostly because it helps track for us. And as Trustee Dawson said, provide us with the proper updates at the proper time. I've spoken extensively with Marcy McFadden, who is the communications director at PGUSD. She used to work for CSBA many moons back, and asked them how their process works with this. They're very happy with it. They have a policy committee that they have a board member. They rotate the seat, so different trustees sit on that at each meeting or several meetings. They meet quarterly. So as the updates come from CSBA, they sit down with their committee and say, okay, here are the updates. What do we want to do with them? And they run them through the departments and so on and so forth. But their committee lasts usually about half a day, and they go through the policies together and get it done. They're very happy with the process right now. And I think it's a good step. It'll take a lot of work on the set, and when the board will need to determine who would like to sit on that, our staff would be able to work through the different sections, but we definitely want to make sure we have a trustee or two trustees on that as we go.
Okay, what would your time frame be for, well, never mind, we'll go back. Thank you for the comment. All in favor? Aye.
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 It passes 5-0. Ralph, what would your time frame be for such a initial pass? And when do you feel you can fit it in your schedule?
That's
and, bring your
that's a
staff
great
in?
question. Greg, thanks so much for presenting. I appreciate it so much. And perhaps you or whomever the contact would be for our district, it would be great if we can get together in the next couple weeks. And Mandy and I could sit down and talk with you to kind of plan out what that timeline would be. Until I have that conversation, it's kind of hard for me to answer that question, President Path, but I think, we'll get on it as soon as we can and get that process rolling. So.
Okay, when you put together that schedule at that point, we'll work out how the board can provide 2 members to move forward appropriately. So
absolutely. We'll keep you posted for sure. Good night, Greg. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, and we will be in touch. Have a good evening. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Well, that's right. Yes, then they are. Thank you. You guys are about what, 6 months out though, right? To be able to move on this.
Yes, at this point we are.
Yeah. So
I do want to clarify to the board also that the charge for the Gamut Policy Plus site, we do not charge you until you can use that. So that's after the workshop. So you wouldn't be incurring that charge until your manual is converted. So that's likely going to be much later.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, then,
You have
there's your
direction.
answer.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, action discussion H, update the board policy. Exhibit 5144, student discipline and policy and regulation 5144.1. Dr. Porras, I defer to you.
Well, actually, Mr. President, this was the staff presented the updates. We had met with legal counsel. Legal counsel did the updates to the policies. We present those to you. There was a request to make further commentaries. We've provided those for you. And so actually, I think it's really in the board's hand in terms of where you'd like us to go. I can certainly speak to whatever you'd like to. But there are some comments in there that I think the board wanted to review.
Okay. Well, Ms. Swanson, we have your comments. Is there anything you'd like to add? Let's just start with 5144.
Sure. Do you want me to begin?
Yes.
Yeah. So I received the email to the trustees with the kind of the staff comments on them, and I went over them, and there's a couple of questions or options besides my comments that were made on the track changes document in the packet, and so I wanted to just address those, and then the policy looks good to me, but of course I'm not the only one making the decision on it. So there was a section that talked about non-approved hats, and I do agree with the recommendation of staff to remove the term hat and replace with the noted phrase of clothing, jewelry, and personal items such as backpacks, book bags, with language or images that are vulgar, discriminatory, obscene, libelous, or those containing threats or promoting illegal or violent content. So for guidance on that, I would like to take staff's recommendation on that one, and that's number, I don't know how to, it's number 8 on the email that we received, and it's in the packet, but for staff reference, it's number 8. And then
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt for just a second, Carolyn. I feel like we skipped directly to a section. Ralph, am I wrong there?
Well,
We
I
said
think
let's start with policy 5144, or do you want to? Go ahead.
I defer to you. I think she was just addressing the pieces that remain as questions. We can, whatever order you'd like to go in.
Okay, go ahead, Carolyn. Keep going where you were. It's fine.
You know what, John? Actually, as you mentioned it, I can do 5144.1. I see that here. Yeah, so my question on that was related to the part of the policy that said at the beginning of every school year, superintendent would report back to the board regarding disciplinary strategies used in each school year in the immediately preceding school year and their effect on student learning. And so my question was, is this happening at the beginning of every school year or any time during the year? So I guess the option for us, because Dr. Porto said it hasn't been happening necessarily at the start of every year, but they do typically comment on this topic during the annual discipline suspension report. So it's not that it's being overlooked, it's just that the timing, if that's correct, Ralph, it's not that it's being overlooked, it's just that the timing isn't accurate in the policy. And so we could either reschedule the report to the start of each year, remove the language, or maintain the language and make a separate report during the time and date noted. So that's something that we would need to decide as a board.
Thank you. You have some other comments in there prior, right? Where you have rewritten paragraph 2 and paragraph 1, 2, 3, I don't know, bottom paragraph on page 1. Such strategies may include, but not limited to, conferences, and you're suggesting strategies focused on providing students with needed supports.
Yeah, so I mean, so my track changes, those are the recommendations that I'm making. If you guys don't want to do those or have differences, then you can work those out, but that's what I'm recommending.
We're just sticking at 5144 right now. And there's one at the bottom as well. I'm not sure actually if that's your strike through, Carolyn, or someone else's. Assume it's yours, so it's good enough. The first one I am relatively personally indifferent to. I think that the words work out the same. So Dr. Rivera, anything on this first page that you're interested in?
No, I like what Trustee Carolyn added. I would like to include what was stricken out, though. I think it would, for the first edition, the second paragraph, when we look at that would be my vote to keep everything, including her additions. And the same with the bottom paragraph there. Again, I like what was stated originally, but I also do like her additions.
Brian?
Which page are we on
97.
at this
You're on
point?
97 right now.
97. Sorry. As far as the first comment, it's like, I mean, I didn't have a problem with what was written there before. I kind of preferred the original wording. I think that the suggested change is a little vague and they'd written a little bit more. Oh, here we go. So for the original wording, much less vague, and I like some of the specific recommendations that it suggested. So pretty much the same thing for the second suggestion there as well on page 97. I think gain anything with the changes on that particular one.
Okay, and then the last part of this is on page 98 is what Ms. Swanson was just suggesting, is that at the beginning of each school year, superintendent or designee shall report regarding disciplinary strategies. And in fact, we've had this report, but it's actually been a couple times during the year typically. So the language as written does not pertain exactly correctly. We could strike that and simply say the superintendent or designee shall report to the board regarding discipline strategies, and strike the prelude to that, and then strike the in the immediate preceding year, and there it's fine. So I'm good with those changes. So where do we sit on the rest of it? It sounds like
as far as 5144, I mean, I'm in. Since I made the changes, I'm in favor of them, and then the rest of the board can decide if they want to or not. Yeah, John, I agree with your change of the sentiment regarding the report happening. Just take out the part that it's going to happen at the beginning of the school year, because it sounds like it is happening. It's just like a slightly inaccurate phrase in there.
So Frank, you have suggested we keep the first line of that, paragraph 2 as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Brian, did you agree with that, or you said, no, I'd go back to that and lose the second line?
The latter.
Okay. Ms.
I mean, the
Dawson?
first part is more specific. I like that it lists what will be the repercussions. And the other one's kind of vague to me. I mean, it's a feel-good comment, but I don't know that it really enhances what's already been stated. It's just a kind of different way to say things.
Well, we have 1 vote for the change, 1 vote to keep them both, 1 and 2 folks to say, let's go back to where we were on that.
Did you see where you were?
Well, no, what I said earlier was I'm relatively indifferent. They say the same thing except slightly differently. So they're not that far
I
apart.
agree, but where do you come down?
Well, I would keep them both. It's fine.
Keep them both? Okay, that's 2, keep them both. 2 not.
Okay, doesn't hurt. I don't think it hurts. Ralph, does it hurt?
A little repetitively redundant, but I'm
It
sure we
is.
can-
Yes, it is. So,
Yeah, I don't mind keeping them both.
so we can all, can you live with keeping them both?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Means we're going to take out that strike through where it says such strategies may include but are not limited to. We're accepting both, though we're accepting the change, but we're also keeping the original line 2, paragraph 2.
So nothing is being struck out. They're keeping both.
Okay.
Yep.
For the second one, bottom of that, and again, I heard the same thing that we had persistently disruptive students may be assigned to alternative programs or removed from school in accordance with law, board policy, and administrative regulation. And that is, as listed, was to replace when choosing between different disciplinary strategies. There again, I'm with you, Frank. I think that they're actually, in this case, they're a little bit different. And I can live with both of them in there without any
Well,
problem.
I like the strike through because it gives the decision to staff. So I want to not rob
Okay.
administration who are working with these kids. The other one says, hey, they may be assigned here, but the one that's been struck through will say there's different disciplinary strategies. Staff shall consider the effect of each option. That's a nod to the people who work here and make those decisions during these tough times.
Okay.
Right. Just looking at my notes here again, it's like the define persistently disruptive.
Yeah, you're
If you right away with that, I don't know what that is. I don't think we gain anything with the new language. I do like what we had there originally. Gives some leeway there to everyone's unique situation. So I can't support the new language at all, honestly.
Okay, and I agree. The first, the ambiguity there makes that a little more difficult. So I would go back to what was originally there as well.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah, good point, Brian.
Now that you mention it. Okay. So I think we have resolution on what we're looking for on 5144. Ralph, do you have?
Yeah, just to confirm on the timing paragraph, we're taking out at the beginning of every school year, and you're dropping a period at the end of school and striking out the rest of
You're
that.
taking out at the beginning of every school year and strategies used in each school. Take out the words in the immediately preceding year.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Do we need to vote on these individually?
It's up to you as the board. You can vote an entire one packet. If it makes it easier for you to keep
I
track
think it
of
makes
things.
easier to keep
Yeah,
track. So
I would think
I
so.
would, any public comment on 5144? Okay, anybody online? Seeing none, we will bring it back. Do I have a motion to accept policy 5144 with the revisions as suggested?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of policy 5144? Aye.
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 Thank you all very much. Okay, now we go to suspension and expulsion process. And this is 51 regulation 5144.1. You were, it turns out I printed them in color, so my page numbers don't match anymore. Sorry. 90, start with 99. No, that's not correct.
No, no. That's
I know, I'm still skipping exhibit. Yeah, I think exhibit is the harder one.
Policy 5144.1 starts on page 115.
yeah.
And policy generally comes before regulation. I don't think there were a lot of changes on 51.
Okay, so you're suggesting I stay in the order as presented. Okay, fine, we'll stay in the order. Go to page 100, please. So here, public counsel, was this addressed, Ralph? Yeah, on page 101.
Yes, yeah, the couple of comment boxes that we should have pulled, we had addressed them, we just didn't pull the comment boxes. But the answer to that question is the public counsel was somebody who did pro bono work on the original iteration of this matrix.
Okay.
We borrowed heavily from another district who borrowed heavily from another district. So somewhere along the line, there was a pro bono counsel that helped design it. And they're making reference to it so that it's understood this was designed with counsel in mind.
Okay, Carolyn pointed out on page, what page is in? Sorry, I'm under violation and it says note attorney has a question in the bubble for the right for the board to
It's
review.
103.
103, thank you. Somebody keep me on pages because again, I don't have these here. So Dr. Porras, the answer to that is?
Yes, we're keeping both. So the changes by legal counsel addressed that, yes, they're keeping them both.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Swanson, is that sufficient for you?
Yes.
Thank you. You have a note, confusing statement on the next page, violation, possessing, possessed of, or sold any of knives.
That was corrected. It was a grammatic, it was
Yes.
it was the typo.
Okay. Have we corrected that to your satisfaction, Ms. Swanson?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, going through this. I see nothing on the next 2 pages.
The next change or question comes at 107.
Which is this in the violation of hate violence below. We want to increase the consequences for such behavior. Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
My answer is personally is I think that the consequences as listed are very reasonable. The punishment does fit the crime. And you know, this is a pretty tried and true set. So, but I'm open for other comments.
I'm going to say once again that I don't want to get this too prescriptive. I think it's so important that the people we have hired who are in administration, who are dealing with these cases, no 2 cases are alike. So I don't think we should have, you know, this linear way of thinking. What's so important is that we trust the people that are in a position of power who have an intimate knowledge of each of these cases and respect that they're going to do the right thing. So I don't want to get too in the bushes here. I want to keep more a global view. And I think this is written, these are mandates that are handed down for specific reasons. And I don't want to get real specific.
Rivera?
I really agree. I think that it's important to treat the individual and the individual situation without being locked into a particular disciplinary action.
Ms. Swanson?
You guys bring up a really good point, actually, because it actually seems very rigid where it says first offense, parent guardian conference detention. Second offense, 1 to 5 days of suspension, possible citation by department. So I guess my first question is, to Ralph, is this exhibit, is this mandated, or is this something that was generated as a district?
This is not mandated. This was actually came at the request of another trustee a few years back who wanted us to provide this kind of matrix that listed all the kind of possible interventions that consequences of various of the violations listed in 48,900. So we went and looked around to try to find which districts did this. As it turns out, our neighbors, Monterey Peninsula Unified, had just finished creating this matrix, so that parents, it was intentional in our district. It was asked by a trustee that we want parents to understand clearly what some of the consequences are for behaviors that happen, and that the teachers are aware of the consequences so that there's a consistency between when this happens, a parent can expect certain kinds of consequences. So it was sort of intended to sort of create a palette of choices, a palette of possible consequences. Some of them are pretty straightforward, like the meeting with the parent. Well, a meeting parent happens with a parent almost on any case. That's just a given. And in fact, in suspensions, you're required by law, due process requires that we meet with a parent regarding a violation. So in any event, this is, to answer your question, no, this is not required. This was designed and created at the request of a trustee from a few years back.
Okay, I see. And since it's not mandated, has this been helpful to staff when determining discipline for a variety of violations?
I don't know that it's necessarily been helpful to staff, since we already pretty much follow our protocols on going through discipline cases. If anything, it's for public, it's perhaps helpful in looking. I don't know how many members of the public review it, but it's for staff. It's not necessarily that helpful. Just it does provide a guide, but
okay, I understand that. Is it something that, and maybe we should discuss as a board, do we want to keep this? Because perhaps this creates more confusion, or it doesn't aid staff because they're going off of the mandated policy and regulation versus this exhibit. So I would love to hear others' thoughts on that.
Just add, if I may, ever since we've developed this matrix, legal counsel initially redrafted it to fit our district. And then now every year legal counsel goes over 5144, 5144.1. Every year there's a review, and the matrix is aligned to the current revisions that are made. So as it stands right now, it fits together. So whenever there's a revision, everything's accounted for.
Okay, so it's current. It's not going to it's not conflicting with the other policies that we have. But yeah, I think it's interesting that maybe it isn't necessarily valuable to staff, but if there is a value in the public kind of being able to look up and feel comfortable if maybe their student has violated one of these, or if they feel another student has, they can kind of, is that kind of what you're saying, Dr. Portis, that the families can kind of just have a sense of what might be taking place if a violation occurs?
That was the request by the trustee, that makes it more clear to the community. Again, I can't speak to whether it does or it doesn't, but it's there and available.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Swanson?
I don't have anything to add that Frank and Christy didn't already say.
Okay. Thank you. The next one is a violation under hate violence. Can we discuss increasing consequences? I think that was the same thing, and I would sit in the same spot as I am now. I think what we have is, frankly, it's appropriate. So,
Agreed.
Agreed.
Carolyn?
Yeah, you know what, I more wanted to talk about it. I didn't necessarily, I didn't have to get increased or decreased. I thought that we should talk about it as a board, since this is really relevant. So yeah, if the majority of the board feels that it's appropriate, although, you know what, it's not really clear to me. I have another question for Dr. Porta. So is this not really what the staff follows then when there is a violation?
It really all depends. It depends on what's happening, what the nature of the violation is. There's a lot that goes into it. Yes, it could happen, prescriptively the way it's written. It may not. Again, every case is a case by case. The ed code is written in such a way that a suspension may happen for certain offenses because they're allowing the district to take into account what's going on with the student in the school in your district. And the way ed code is written as well, 49, the expulsion piece of it is there are 5 that you have to go towards an expulsion recommendation. You have to suspend and you have to go for a recommendation to expel. Those are really the only 5 that ed code says you have to hit this head on with suspensions and so on. So otherwise, you may suspend, you may take action. It's giving full discretion to the districts to address this. And again, I do need to point out that the legislature a few years back directly steered districts away from suspensions. In fact, districts are penalized if you have too many suspensions. So the intent is to try to find alternative forms of reform and remediation other than suspension. So, and our staff is very aware of that. And I think they work very hard to achieve that goal to the point where if a suspension happens, you see it, you'll know we took every measure we could to avoid it, but we had to. And in some cases, especially if it's a breach of the law, the penal code, then there's likely going to be a suspension with it. But again, it just case by case.
I guess my interpretation on this is it gives a lot of flexibility, right? And it really says you can deal with individuals, but here are some basic guidelines if we see this. Now, again, you can try and codify it worse, but I think that creates more problems, but it allows judgment very appropriately. So it is open-ended in some context, but I think for me, that's where I want to be. I want to allow Mr. Steinbach, who isn't here, to, that's part of his job and his role, and Mr. Garcia.
Well, and these decisions are not made in a vacuum.
Yes.
I mean, when something big happens, like these issues we're discussing, it immediately goes up to Dr. Porras. There's discussions. How do we handle this? What are the best ways to do it? I'm not real clear why we're picking this apart. If this is our stuff and legal has looked at it, I'm not sure why we're kind of pulling it apart.
Fine. There were questions asked and many of them have been answered.
Okay.
We're almost done with this one.
Oh, okay.
Although, board, at this point, I'd like to make a recommendation. We go no later than 11 o'clock. I can't see us getting all the way to 11, but we do have a number of items, 4 out of 5 of which I think will go in 5-minute packets or less. But the one item I think may take a little bit of time. So I'd like to ask that we go no later than 11 o'clock.
Is that an official motion?
That is an official motion.
I'll second that.
I'll second that.
Motion made by John Paff, seconded by Ryan Swanson. Carolyn, there's a time lag apparently.
It's
Small
okay.
brief.
No
It's like
problem.
traders at the World Trade Center had an advantage. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all very much. And I
Aye.
appreciate your patience as we finish up. Okay. Your comment on HAT was very interesting. And Ralph, you have answered this. Correct. It's very interesting because to me, I read it after you noted that and said, well, it falls into the category of, I don't know what it is, but I'll know it when I see it.
Yeah.
But there's actually free reign. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
gangster.
It still happens from time to time.
Yeah.
But rarely.
Yeah. Big time.
Was your answer sufficient, what you got back, Ms. Swanson?
Yeah, and it came. The answer actually came with a question for us, if we want to update kind of how it's presented. And I like the recommendation that I think it was Ralph made, so I'd be in favor of that.
Okay. Ralph, I don't have that on this particular sheet, so can you express that very briefly?
Yeah, it basically just takes out the way the word HAT's phrased and says clothing, jewelry, and personal items. such as backpacks, book bags with language or images that are vulgar, discriminatory, obscene, libelous, and those containing threats or promoting illegal or violent content are not allowed.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and make that change.
Okay.
You guys saw
Yes.
that earlier? Okay, very good, thank you. And we are at our last thing with AR 5144.1 states no student in K-5 may be suspended.
Mandy's got it.
We are going to vote separately for each.
On policy.
We're still on policy. Sorry, we're on exhibit. What the hell is this? 5144. I'm sorry. What it does is there's a question that addresses AR 5144.1. And that is correct that we cannot suspend K-5, correct, Ralph?
Correct. That has been made correct in the corrections from legal counsel.
Yep. So that is done. And that is state law.
Yeah.
That was put in, I want to say about 2 years ago.
Something to that effect, yes.
So dress code violation, is our dress code equitable? Dr. Porras, did you?
I made a recommendation for you. We talked to legal counsel briefly about this, and it's I suggested that their number 4 could be changed out to make it a little bit more preferable. Number 4 originally was clothes shall be sufficient to conceal undergarments at all times. See-through or fishnet fabrics, halter tops, off the shoulder or low-cut tops, bare midriffs or skirts, or shorts shorter than the mid-thigh are prohibited. The recommendation was to replace that with clothes shall be sufficient to conceal undergarments at all times. Exposed chest, sides, back of the body, midriffs or buttocks are prohibited. See-through or fishnet fabrics, halter or strapless tops, and skirts or shorts shorter than mid-thigh are also prohibited. The reason that this was recommended was it's very gender neutral.
Okay.
It's basically saying neither boys nor girls or any gender identity can allow these things to happen. And whether doesn't matter what clothing they're wearing, makes it straightforward.
Okay, I'm very good with that. Brian?
I'm okay with that.
Ms. Swanson?
Yeah, I really like that. And I just wanted to be clear because I got a little confused. There's in the email that you sent out to us, Ralph, there's also one that says, and I prefer this one, but I wasn't sure if it was making it into the document, the one that says hair and facial hair may be worn at any length or style. I fully support that. And can you let me know, is that in the document or just in your, or are you asking about that?
Yeah, that may have been in the high school dress code, separate from AR 5132. Yeah, that's
Okay.
what you're reading is off of the high school dress code, which is oftentimes the high school dress code may read a little different because it's getting more specific. AR 5132.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, 5132 is the general AR for the entire district. And then the high school adds a little bit here or there to be specific for the high school.
Thank you so much. I'm learning so much about this. Thank you.
Welcome. Dr. Rivera, any thoughts on that? You good?
No.
Christy? Okay, so I think we have covered that. And is there a motion to accept? Strike that. Could I get a motion for exhibit 5144 student discipline?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion made by Christy Dawson, seconded as revised. Seconded by Dr. Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Thank you all very much. Ralph, we get into another question on dress code generally, which is the dress code inside school is different than the dress code on the track. And somewhere in there, eventually, we actually should address this, but not today. That brings us to regulation 5144, and there were just a few questions in this. Whoops, sorry about that. The word in-school suspension is used in the discipline matrix. Can we add this definition? I think that's a great idea. I think that's easy, right?
I think it was already added in legal counsel's additions, but we'll make sure of it.
Okay, thank you. There was a question on page 4 of 21, which says, should all the violations be brought up from the discipline matrix? I see cheating and plagiarism in the discipline matrix, but not here. You have an answer for that, sir?
Sure. AR 5144.1 is statutory, so we can't really embellish that. It's right out of the ed code. The discipline matrix is our document, so we can flavor that up a little bit to get more,
Okay, thank you.
be descriptive.
And continuing on. Isn't much in this as far as changes.
That was it, I think.
Again, if I was a smarter man than I would have put Post-its on it initially, so I wouldn't have to do this.
I think that's the end.
I think we're
Okay.
good.
What's that, ma'am? Sorry.
She thinks we're
I
good.
think we're good.
Okay. Very good. If we're good, then I would like to go ahead and, is there a motion to accept regulation 5144.1 as revised?
Motion to accept.
Okay, I'm waiting for Carolyn to second, so she.
Second.
Hey. Motion made by Dr. Frank Rivera, seconded by Carolyn Swanson. Oh my God, I was about to mess up your name. I'm so sorry. You know what? I have not gone to public comment on any of these and I apologize.
They're asleep. Leave
Yeah.
them alone.
Yeah. Ms. Chavez? any-
Jonas Chavez, I'm sure you have it.
Okay, so could I have a vote, please? All in favor? Aye.
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 Passes 5-0. Thank you all. Thank you all for your patience as we go through them. Ms. Swanson, thank you for the questions on those. And we move on to action discussion I. Action discussion I. Ralph, you have enough information to be able to revise those appropriately, correct? Everything we talked about?
Yes.
Perfect.
I'm just doing my notes right now, so.
Okay, I want to.
Got it in front of me.
Substitute teacher pay rate. We have not adequately updated our substitute teachers' pays in a couple of years. And with a dearth of substitute teachers available, we are actually falling behind. And there's a suggestion to add a daily increase, 1 to 15 days of $50 to 187, 16 plus to 197. And then if you're fully credentialed, it goes up higher than that. I don't think there's much further discussion unless the board actually has questions on that. There is a chart which says where we lie in the districts. We have ebbed and flowed in this. Sometimes we've been nearer the top, and then as we, we don't quite increase as much as say King City with a long distance to drive, we fall down a little bit, and this will bring us back up. Any questions, concerns? Billy, is there anything you really wish to add?
He said
I
everything,
appreciate the
didn't he?
overview,
Okay,
President Pat.
right.
No substantive questions.
No
from me.
substantive question. Ms. Swanson?
No, I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment? Seeing none, do I have a motion to accept action discussion? I,
Also
substitute
moved.
teacher rate? Perfect.
Second.
Motion made by Brian Swanson, seconded by Dr. Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you all very much. Billy,
Good
thank you.
work,
Nice job
Billy.
up there. New
Yes.
new maintenance vehicle. 2 board meetings ago, we approved 4 vehicles for the maintenance department. And Ms. Swanson said, you know, that picture, I recognize these vans, which I was very impressed with at the time. I still am. And said that van is not a T-150. That is a different van. So Mr. Kelly went back, looked at and said, in fact, that they did misquote him, and this is the change for that for the correct van. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So how much does this change our total budget, Matt?
I remember. How much did it change it? It was a couple $1,000s.
Couple thousand
Yeah.
dollars. So with that, are there any real questions concerning the swap to what he was actually looking for?
I just want you to get the right truck.
I have a quick question. In the breakdown, there's a budget for vehicles and trailers, and then on the invoice, it said, it referred to like the trailer setup, but not actual trailers. I'm wondering, was that just a different choice of wording, or did we not need trailers?
No, the Measure D item's called trucks and trailers. That's the item. And this is just the vans and trucks portion of it, we still have money left over for trailers.
Thank you. That's all
Thank
I
you.
got.
Ms. Swanson, any questions?
No questions, but I did want to say, I really like that you have the reverse sensing system on this vehicle. The big vehicles are super hard to see what's behind, and with these being at schools, I really appreciate that you thought that through and put that extra safety measure in. I promise you it will save something or someone someday, so thank you so much. And just thanks for being willing to go back and look at this. I know it might be weird when a board member asks a specific question like that, and I really just appreciate your grace and hearing my comment and checking on it. So thank you.
No problem. Thank you for catching it.
You know, you say the reverse sensing system, and I saw that earlier. And in fact, as my niece was walking home years ago, someone backed through her friend.
Oh my God.
And she was 9 years old. Moving on. Okay, so do I have anybody else want to comment on this?
No.
Public comment? Okay, so do I have a motion?
I move we accept the contract for services to Maverick. Oh, wrong place.
Wrong place. You're a
The
new maintenance
truck.
vehicle.
I want the truck. Oh, God, I'd already turned the page.
New maintenance
So
vehicle.
moved, so moved.
Second.
Okay, motion's made, seconded.
Dang it.
Made by Christie Dawson, seconded by Frank Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Hi.
Thank you all very much. Passes 5-0. Action discussion K. This is a move for district-wide 8x8 phone service. I would love to go through this quickly, but quite frankly, I cannot. So
Okay.
I defer to you.
All right, so I've actually asked Todd Barnes with Maverick Networks to be on the call with us tonight, just in case there's some other questions after I kind of go through it. But basically, when we assessed the district phones and the state of the phone systems and why they kept going out, we went to Maverick and asked them, because they do a portion of our schools already, and asked what are the solutions to our phones going out in storm? What happens in an emergency when our phones go out or the power goes out? And the solution was to go to a cloud-based system, which basically takes out communication through all the overhead lines. So if we have down power lines, or a lot of times we get static in the lines because the lines get wet, and then we have to have AT&T come out, we'll no longer have those issues because it is web-based. If our phones go out, we have an app. There'll be an app on people's phones where we can still take phone calls from parents via our own cell phones or another web-based type of phone, or actually cellular type of phone. So we'll never lose that communication to our parents in an emergency, which we don't have right now. We have a backup system that lasts about an hour or two, and that's it. But this would be continuous because, again, it's web-based. The servers are somewhere else, not in Pacific Grove, so it goes down. We actually talked to a district in the Bay Area. That happened a couple months after they installed this, and they were really happy with the emergency response they got. Other features, all of our faxing will go to this web-based to computer. Faxes go directly to a computer. You can fax from your computer. If I want to say this out loud because I don't want it to happen, if we have to go back to distance learning, it does give us a lot more flexibility. Teachers will have that app. They would be able to have that app on their laptop and use their laptop as a form of communication. That would be their phone number from in their classroom. So they no longer have to use their cell phones. If they're not doing distance learning, they still can use the app from their cell phone, and they can text and they can call, and it would be from a district phone or would be from their phone line in their room. If they're connected to Wi-Fi, they're not using their cellular data. They're just using their own Wi-Fi to communicate to our parents. So we have lots of flexibilities when it comes to that. Price, there was a huge price difference. It's about $16,000 to install district-wide. And what we do is we have a lease. We lease the equipment, we lease the service. Right now, our phone bill is $5,300 a month. That would decrease to $4,600 a month. So we'd see savings from on the general fund on the back end. We would see savings from Measure D, and we can put that money to do something else. So that's kind of the overview of it. Like I said, Todd's on the line too, so he can. This is some that I've had to go through the education on this too. So I asked him to be on it because they know the system inside and out. So if there's a question that you have that I can answer, then he can answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I mean, the short of it is our phone system is antiquated.
Yes.
It's fine. It's done its job. You know, when it was put in, well, in stages, actually. My recollection is we upgraded one sort of like 9 years ago, but it's been a while. And I appreciate that you have taken the time to understand what a 4x4 or a 6x6 or an
8x8
is. It's just time to replace what we have. So, you know, whether it's this, it's something else. Ms. Swanson, we'll start with you and walk around clockwise here.
Oh, thanks, John. Just a really quick question. So if the internet goes down, do we still have the phones?
No, but we don't have the phones that's sitting on your desk, but we would have the ability to have an app on our cell phone. So any phone call that comes into the district office, to the high school, to any of the sites would go to that cell phone because we'd have that app. Because even though our internet's down, where our phone system lives, it lives on a server not here, and it's redundant over probably the country. So there's redundancy. So if it goes out, say if the server is like in North Carolina and they have a hurricane that comes through, there's another server in the Midwest, and we would never go down.
Okay, I see what you mean. And was this the one that you also said there's another district, or maybe that's where your expert, Mr. Barnes, comes in? There's another, this is not like brand new. This is something that districts use, and it definitely, it's not too good to be true type of thing.
Yeah, I did talk to another district, but I can let Todd speak to what other districts they're using them for.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to speak. Thank you for having us tonight. You know, we've been a partner with the district for a number of years, and several of your schools, we support the phone systems. We support phone systems through probably 15 different large school districts in California, Cupertino Union School District. With the system that we're talking about for you, Sunnyvale Unified School District recently implemented the 8x8. So the hosted telephone system that Matt's describing, that we're going to be recommending for the district, it's newer technology. Traditionally, every school would have a box on site with all the phones and separate connections. In a hosted system, your question around the internet, if the internet goes down, the phone system's still going to answer calls and be able to deliver those calls to anyone that's available. And as Matt said, it's not just over your internet now. It could also leverage mobile connections from mobile devices in an emergency type situation.
Thank you so much. And then I just have one quick, this is just me being me. There's a little detail on the agreement between owner and contractor, just the language, just so it can be consistent, is just that it says that it's between owner and contractor, but then it goes on to identify us as district instead of owner. And so I can just email you or Mandy with that quick change, and that concludes my comments. Thank you so much.
Carolyn, what
Thank you.
page were you on there?
That's on page 169 at the top.
Thank you. Ryan?
Most of my questions have been answered already, but is there any impact on bandwidth? We're using the same bandwidth that everybody else is using anyway, right?
Yeah.
But I can't imagine it's that heavy.
No, it shouldn't be that heavy. When Mr. Mihii was still here, we did talk about having to add some servers to it. So I think I've noted that we're going to add anywhere between, 3, 4, 5 servers to each one of our systems to make sure we have enough ports to run it. So
Okay, thank you.
Server boxes,
server boxes, yeah.
not a full server, not a computer.
Yes, sorry.
Dr. Rivera,
No, this looks great.
Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, you had me at the monthly savings that go on and on and on.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Public comment? Here,
Hi.
okay.
Oh, is it
Go
okay
ahead,
to
please.
talk? Thank you. This is Jung La, and I really appreciate this review of the system and proposal. I was just curious because I had some questions and I'm very concerned about data privacy. Forgive me if this was already included in your packet. So how do you assure data privacy? Is this similar to a Wi-Fi based system as a VoIPS, and Amazon Echo and those other systems where, as in Google Voice, everything is recorded, or how does it work?
Do you mind answering that, Todd?
Yeah, I mean, I'll do my best to make a comment around that. 8x8 is in the leaders quadrant for Gartner in terms of supplying unified communications as a service. And they take a high degree of interest in security and many other things. There really isn't a data privacy. There's no recording going on. This is more of a traditional phone system where if a teacher or an administrator uses a telephone, that phone call is transmitted over the internet and then out the public switch telephone network to whoever they're communicating with, or internally. There's no devices that are sitting by, doing any recording outside of, a teacher or an administrator or an outside user wanting to communicate to someone else within the district. So there's plenty of security documentation available. We'd be happy to provide, but there's no data privacy concerns that you should be concerned with.
Thank you very much. Anybody else online? Okay. With that, I bring it back to the board. Do I have a motion to accept the contract for services for Maverick Networks?
I would like to definitely accept the contract for services to Maverick Networks for district-wide 8x8 phone system.
Okay, I second that. Oh, seconded by Dr. Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Thank you all very much. Let us get a up-to-date phone system. Thank you, ma'am.
Great. Thank you, Todd.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for having us. We look forward to continue to work with you.
Thank you for staying so late.
Well done, Matt. Thanks.
This brings us to board calendar, future meetings. Dr. Porras.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have an additional section to the calendar, which proposes the January through June as a draft. And again, reserving the right that some of this might change a little bit as we look at the dates, but we want to make sure that you all had that. So if that looks good, we need an approval. And again, we can make changes as we go.
Okay, do you have a outline of the special board meeting for 25th?
Yes, we do. So that's okay.
Is that now or is that later?
Yeah, it's on future. That's a future agenda.
Okay, so we'll
item.
bring it up at future agenda. Thank you.
Yeah. So
Board, any questions, concerns on these calendar items right now?
No.
None.
What else is on the 21st? No, Ralph. October 21st. Sorry, I'll be more specific. I'll give you a month and a day.
We have many items that always come up monthly, so this is just the usual player. You know, we don't add the new and exciting pieces there.
Frank, any questions, concerns?
Nope.
The 21st is definite. I had a question mark from, I think, early on, but it's 3 next month, correct? Did we?
We made a change because we eliminated one of the November meetings. So there were 2 special meetings that we were looking at.
2 Saturdays.
Right. And we pulled this, I think it was September 18 or something.
And put it tonight, the language.
Right. And
Yeah.
then we had a November 4 meeting, I think was the date, that we had a lot of staff that were going to be absent. So we moved that into October. So October 28 became the new meeting. And I believe October 7 and 21 were the regular meetings that were already there.
Okay. I'm out of town, but you should just go on without me.
Okay.
So the 4th is off. November 4th is off.
Correct.
Oh,
It's as, right now, the meetings are as reflected on this calendar.
So Ms. Swanson, anything on there?
Just real quick, so we only have 1 meeting in January and 1 in February, 2 in March. So I know you guys have done this many years, and this is my first real year looking at this, but do we want to just kind of put maybe a second meeting either in January or February, and we can take it off if we don't need it, but just in case, because this is such a wonky year?
So I appreciate that question. January, the real reason you only have 1 meeting is because you're starting up again after winter break. And there's a week of controlled chaos as things come back. And then you have the next possible meeting date. February, it's
President's
just.
Week.
Pardon me?
President's Week, right?
Yeah, we have that holiday. So it gets a little crunched. I would suggest, I understand the suggestions, and we have in fact added that at a later time. We have put a second meeting in. I don't think we're there just yet. But knowing that, in fact, if it comes to it, we can add something there in February. So.
Okay, thank you.
Need a motion. We have added the draft board calendar meeting. Do I have a motion to accept?
Also move.
Okay.
Second.
Public comment? Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
It's out of order a little bit, but not much. Go ahead, Beth.
Just that, yeah, you're going to need meetings because, I mean, just look at your future agenda items right now. I mean, you're not even down to December yet. So you only have 1 meeting in December too. So just keep that in mind. It's going to pile up.
Thank you. Anybody online? Okay, motion was made by, somebody made a motion a minute ago. Brian Swanson.
Oh, Brian did it.
Seconded by. Perfect.
Seconded
Seconded by Christy Dawson. Thank you very much.
Do you remember that?
No,
All
I
in favor?
don't. Aye.
Aye.
I'd like to say something now. I requested a solar power review about 1.5 to 2 years ago. And it's been put off and put off and put off. And no offense, but I think people might be a little tuckered out right now. I would just appreciate, instead of slamming it through so we do it, is it a nightmare to put it next time?
I think Director Kelly's been here all evening to present
Well,
this.
he just presented phone 8x8. It's not like he sat here.
I'd like to honor his time, so whatever.
But here's the other thing.
We also have an expert here.
Yeah, I brought the person in to talk about it.
And Beth
still
didn't stay
waiting.
here
Okay.
just
There
to
she
get to
is.
future agenda items.
But also the end result here is going to be a different, we're not going to say yes on that. We're going to ask for more information.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Matt Kelly, Director of Facilities and Transportation. So I've asked Emily Douglas with NG to come in and give this presentation. She put together the package and did the first type of analysis for solar and In our conversations leading up to this, she actually brought up some other great ideas that goes beyond solar. So I'm going to turn it over to her, and then we'll have questions after she's done.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Matt. And I will start by sharing in my slides, and you guys can hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thanks so much for having me tonight. And I know I'll try and go quick because I know you've had a lot of stuff. My name is Emily Douglas. I'm a regional director for NG. And I appreciated that I wasn't first on the agenda because it let me put a toddler to bed first before coming to talk to you. So we're taking the silver linings of this remote meeting where we can, right? So tonight I was just going to introduce my company real briefly and then talk to you about what you could achieve from a solar program, and then talk a bit about our review of your energy data. And then I'll close with some of the options you have for next steps. So I work for a global energy company that's focused on the energy transition. So really moving the whole energy industry toward cleaner sources of power. So that's NG globally. But locally in Monterey County, we've worked with more than a dozen public agencies over the last decade. And we're really committed to creating local jobs and having a local impact here on the Central Coast and saving public agencies on their costs. So you've probably all parked under the solar array at the Monterey County Office of Education, which was one of our first projects in Salinas. And we're continuing to support the COE even now with maintenance of the system and things like that to make sure they're getting the production they expected from it. But that was one of the first outposts in the county of dozens of other sites we've worked on since then, more recently. I'm happy to go into more detail on any of this, but I'll keep moving along to get to you guys and your energy data. One thing that really sets my company apart that I'm really proud of that we do is to make sure we connect anything we do with the facilities to really your core mission. So that typically takes the form of STEM or STEAM education programming that is linked with the projects we do. So actually the image in the middle there is a Hartnell College student doing one of our hands-on lesson programs with some students at ALISAL to help them understand how engineering topics link with sustainability and with the projects that were coming to life on their own project. The most important thing to know about these programs is we have a team of educators who are going to help your professional staff make those connections in the most meaningful ways. We're not here to bring something that's an added burden on top of what your team's doing. We want to support the great work that's already happening in your schools. Next are 3 goals that you can achieve through a solar program like this, and we would build these and refine these with you and align them, of course, with your broader district vision. So obviously, it's a great environmental benefit to generate clean energy on your own sites. This is a cost-saving story, and I'll get into that a little bit more later. And then we always think it's important to bring the community and bring the community into the project and connect the classroom with a project like this as well. I don't know if there's any questions on what I've done so far, but then I'll dig into the analysis, which is probably where more of the questions will come up. So this little eye chart on the next page shows each of your electric meters and the analysis we did, and they are sorted, and the color coding is by parcels. So that it may look like kind of a weird way to have grouped things and a weird set of your sites to see, but it's because we're looking at electric meters first and then looking at parcels they're next to each other. The key takeaway from this chart at this stage is that you're spending about $225,000 a year on your electricity alone. And then over at the right in the white the white side of the chart is that we are looking at solar PV at all of your sites except that one very small meter at Robert Down. And we would look at lighting as well. And I know Matt has done a lot of good work on upgrading your lighting already, but we always want to take a look and check. And then there's lots of other energy things that we could take a look at as well. They're not included in this analysis at this stage, but we'd be happy to take a look when the time comes at other ways to conserve energy before you go ahead and generate clean energy on your sites. The next slide is a summary slide of the economic side of how things typically work for this. So you're currently spending the blue bar on the left-hand side on power. That's what you would keep spending every year if you did nothing at all. After you do an energy program, your bill goes down by quite a lot. We can typically get down to maybe 10% or 15% of your previous bill from PG&E. Lots of districts use bond funding to cover this, and then that means you would get to keep all the savings. But even if you don't have capital to fund it, you can use some of the savings you get on your PG&E bill to repay financing to cover the construction of a project. So this is sort of the typical overview of how things happen if you don't want to put forward capital for construction. That's the overview version. The next slide is an even worse eye chart. This goes into the detail behind the bar charts and the overview, essentially to say each year is a row in the chart, and in each year you're getting energy from the system, you're getting value from that energy. It's covering the cost of operations and maintenance to make sure the system is still working. There's also some kind of, now in about the middle of the chart, there's some energy savings that come from energy efficiency measures you do. You add all those savings up, you have each year a lease payment to pay back the construction cost, and you have a positive net benefit right away to the general fund. So I'm happy to dig into this if you have more questions from looking ahead to it, but I don't want to belabor it too much. At this stage, these numbers are preliminary estimates, and the next step would be to go into a lot more detail and lock down each of these numbers much more specifically. But this is our estimate at this stage. Before I go to exactly some of the next steps you might want to take, I did want to give a real brief policy update. That image on the slide there is the California Public Utilities Commission in San Francisco. Right now, if a solar system gets interconnected either on your house or at a school district, they essentially get paid retail rates to sell the power, which is great, especially for schools. All summer long, you're selling quite a lot of your power back to the grid while you're not using it. Even in your guys' better sunny fall, you're able to sell back some of the power. And then in the wintertime, when there's just less sun because the days are shorter, you might turn the wheel the other way and have to get some of that power back. But either way, you're getting retail rates, which is how the financial picture looks really good for solar projects. In 2022, sometime, we will switch from net energy metering 2, NEM 2, to net energy metering 3. It's not yet determined what exactly that will look like, nor exactly when it will take effect. It'll be sometime after January, just based on the calendar of the CPUC and their decision. And we know that the value of solar will be lower. We don't know how much lower. That's what they're deciding between now and January, and they're taking testimony and going through a policymaking process for that. So I wish I had more certainty to give you than this, but just to say that for projects that don't get started this calendar year, get in line essentially with the utilities, the savings will be a lot lower. But you guys have time. You have like the kind of the perfect amount of time to get a project in line to lock in the current rates and the current savings. The thing that the CPUC is doing on the other side, where they're not making solar quite as valuable, is there is more interest and support in electric vehicle charging and resiliency and backup power through batteries as well. So those are some of the other ideas that Matt and I talked about a little bit that would be worth bringing into this conversation, because there's more support for that while there's less support for solar in the rates kind of out into the future. And the last slide I wanted to present, and then we can kind of discuss. We've completed now the yellow stage on this slide, which is gathering a little bit of information from PG&E and sharing it with you about the overall economics. The green stage would come next, which is 4, maybe 6 months to firm up all the numbers and get into the real detail, and also lock down exactly how the project would be funded and what the financial picture would look like. Then you would have the certainty that you need as a board to make the decision to move ahead to the red phase, which is let's do this, let's go build this. And then finally, in the dark blue phase at the end, we're happy to maintain and guarantee the solar systems after construction is complete as well. And we do that for lots of districts in the region. I hope that's been an effective fire hose of information to give to you, and I look forward to your questions, keeping an eye on getting you guys out of here by 11.
Emily, thank you so very much. The question I have, we say we're going to save 929,000 kilowatts. And yet I don't see anything up here which says where we can put panels. I mean, MCOE actually has Disneyland as a parking lot. It's got a lot of space, and when it put them up, it had, more.
Yeah.
We don't have any parking lot. We don't have one nearly as big as even Watsonville, right? There aren't any like that. So do we actually have the space? I'm certainly not tiling over any of the fields.
Yeah.
Baseball field might be okay. I'm more of a, well, anyway.
I'm more of a soccer player myself. Yeah.
Where in the district do we have space to put in the size panels that you're looking at?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. So about 5 years ago, we had laid out and looked at locations and sort of essentially put blue boxes on maps to say there's enough space. And luckily since then, solar panels have gotten a little more efficient. So we're able to pack a little more power into those spaces. That would definitely be one of the key first things out of the gate if you decide you want to proceed, is to say, are these sites and locations that the community is comfortable with, the principals are comfortable with? That's a big piece of that green phase. Is from an engineer's perspective, that the engineers I work with, they think this is the perfect place to put the solar, and they think this is a plan B place to put it. But what does it mean to the folks on the site? Keeping in mind particularly trees and tree cover, of course, as well. We can include tree removal if it's trees that the district doesn't want anyway, but knowing we really need to be sensitive to keeping the character of your campuses, and we would avoid those areas instead. We tend to avoid baseball fields because they will damage the panels, but any kind of softer ball and soccer balls and playground balls and stuff aren't a risk. And you mentioned parking lots specifically. Quite a lot of the designs in this case were more like playground shade. So I just completed 8 sites right near me here, where most of them are actually kind of back of the house for elementary schools, particularly. So it's essentially playground shade structures instead of parking lots because they don't have enough parking lot.
So specifically, that phase hasn't been done. Right, so we have a conjectured 929,000, but we're not quite sure where we're putting panels right now. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yes, and I would say at most sites we looked and we said, for example, there's 140% of what we would need, which means you can tell us this is not an okay place to put it, and we would still have plan B places to put it. And that's exactly part of the process.
Thank you. Brian, questions, concerns?
All right. I'm sure there is an estimated lifespan of these panels, and it's probably maybe even mentioned in here, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, they're typically warranted to 25 years, and there's no moving parts, so they will continue to work slightly less well, but they'll continue to work even beyond that.
I don't have any again, substantive questions at this point. I mean, it looks really great on paper and in color here. And all my comments would be random, like, well, how do you clean bird droppings off of these things?
Yes, for sure.
So, but no, we can move on, John, please.
Yeah, actually,
we did include, from a financial perspective, I just would say we did include maintenance and operation costs in that. Bird poop and many other things are covered in a maintenance program.
Show a decreasing power output too. So
yes,
it actually shows they get less efficient over time. Carolyn Swanson.
Thank you for that presentation, Emily. I have a couple of questions, and I actually have I support this in theory. This is a fantastic idea. Yes, I have parked underneath the MCOE shade tiles. And I just have one quick question about our property up on David Avenue. And maybe this question is better for later, but I'm wondering if the community, if the charter school is included like space-wise and where we could put solar panels or what the lease looks like, because we have a renter in that property. So maybe that's the question more for staff to look up later if we move forward, but I wanted to bring it up now. And then the finances of this, does this work put a lien on our properties, or how does the financing work?
Great question. Yeah, so the most typical financing that we do with schools would be equipment secured. So what we are installing is the only thing that is encumbered by it. So you wouldn't need to have a site or a building or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then let's see. One thing that, I don't know if we've talked extensively about it, but I was thinking about with COVID and just in the future, because we have fantastic weather here almost year round. I could see outdoor dining spaces be a great shading area for all of our campuses. Just some sort of, covered dining area, which of course would cost us money to, if I'm correct, to build the structure of that, but then your solar panels will go on top. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a great point. So the playground canopies are not DSA rated to be occupied, so you can't set up a classroom underneath them. You can't move the picnic tables under them until after the DSA inspector has left, because they're not meant to be as a full classroom. They don't have fire sprinklers, for example, that kind of thing. So if you, and we have had districts look into building an outdoor classroom and then put solar on top of it, can be done, gets more complicated and often more costly from a DSA perspective than here's a proven pre-check canopy that's the T, what you've seen at MCOE and things like that. There's some simplicity that you get out of the
different
standard steel tees. Yeah.
Okay. And then I have a question for one of our staff members. Song, if you're, yes, I can see you, you're there. What are your thoughts on this financially, and have you experienced solar use in a previous district, or, I'm curious what your expertise thinks about this.
It's a good question. It's going to be a lot of questions if the board does so want to pursue this direction. I do have one school district, San Leandro Unified School District. We did solar panel on carports. We did extensive analysis. We also had actually a third party in nonprofit to assess feasibility. And if I remember, it did not pan out as expected because, first of all, there are many, many factors. I mean, it's good selling point. I mean, I just, of course, technology has changed, but I don't know. I have not seen it for a good 10 years. Because PG&E, there was for one, they will not go down to a certain limit, net neutral. There was some percentage they'll retain. So that's one factor. The second factor, we need to check consumption of PG&E. Not that high, it was $220,000+. And I thought in my head it's probably higher. So we're gonna check a lot of data analysis. Again, off the top of my head, I don't know has changed, but it just from my experience, just one company, we went through several companies, it did not pencil out.
Thank you so much, Song. And it sounds like, Emily, you do have a process, you do have a penciling out process, and it is fully possible that it won't work out, but you have that kind of in place for this system. So is there, do we have to pay you for that process, or what is that? Can you just talk about that a little bit?
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's a great point. So we've done the very preliminary analysis in this stage to say it looks like it's worth pursuing more. It's worth considering. And then if we entered a program development agreement to do the green phase, to do the detailed work, that would have a fee associated with it. If we got to the end of that stage and we found a project that funded itself and you guys could do it and it made economic sense, then that fee would be paid for also through construction. So we would essentially only invoice for it as part of construction. If we got to the end and we said, you know what, it doesn't pencil, the numbers don't work out, you guys would walk away and not pay that fee. If we get to the end and we say if we get to the end of the development and the numbers worked and it pencils and you say, never mind, we changed our mind, that's when we'd ask you to pay the development fee just to cover the engineering we would have done. So it's sort of a three-choice process.
Thank you so much. And those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I put solar in my home a couple of years ago and it's worked out quite well. But my question was, as they explained it to me, it was laid out and you've already looked at our numbers for consumption and cost. I was told when I put it in that it would take, I mean, you don't know the exact money at this point, but how many years would it take until we'd be in the black and this would be profit for us, so to speak?
Yeah, so that's a great question. If you finance it, it's essentially immediate because the savings would pay back the financing and then you'd have some net positive general fund benefit right away. It might take 8 or 10 years to cover that. And I'm not sure I would say 10 is sort of typical. If you needed to repay back that amount of the upfront capital construction cost. But knowing that the general fund is a concern, that's why the financing is structured that way.
Concern. Okay, I really appreciate you giving us this information. I didn't realize you were waiting. Happy you got your toddler to bed, but I mean, it would really pay off for us to look at this more. So we'll have a discussion about it. But a really excellent presentation. I liked all the different slides. Very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Rivera.
Thank you for the presentation. All of my questions have been answered.
Okay, thank you. Public comment? Seeing none. Nobody online? So board, our question, what we need to provide to Matt is, do we move forward? And I think the clear answer, solar panels have gotten better. We looked at this a few years ago. It didn't seem like it worked out. But NG seems to say, right now where things are, you will be in the positive. So we should at least look forward to the next step. Matt, does that sound rational to you?
Sounds rational to me, yes.
Okay. Dr. Porras, any comment, concern?
All good.
Board, are we good with that position? Go ahead to the next step. Let's see what some better figures really look like.
Okay.
And the time frame on that would be?
I think she would have to get me a proposal because we'd have to enter that agreement and then I would bring that proposal back to the board for approval. And then we can start the actual work of the green portion.
Okay, very good. Are we, our board, are we all in agreement there? Carolyn?
I am.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm delighted.
Yes.
Okay, you have direction. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Emily, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Emily.
Ms. Douglas,
Thank
very
you.
much. Okay. Brings us to information discussion C, future agenda. Affordable housing. So there's a meeting of the local housing board next Thursday. I believe that's the 23rd. So by the time we get back, I may be able to report on that, remove that off the list, or at least start something on it. Ralph, do you have any additions that you heard?
No additions at this point. I can make a few comments on some items, but at this point, no additions.
You want to comment on?
Well, we could probably pull a couple of them because they're going to be appearing in different ways. I just need a board to acknowledge or direct. The ethnic studies graduation requirement. originally we had discussed waiting to see what the CDE was going to bring in regards to following through on a policy. So we had put a date hoping that that was the case, but it's been deferred for a bit of time. Probably not going to see something coming from the CDE on this subject, at least not this calendar year. It probably would come in February, March. So we can either leave that on there with an understanding it's going to be a while, or if the board wants to entertain the discussion regardless.
I would really like to pare some of this down. I think it's a crazy big list.
Well, we know, I mean, that's a perfect case. We know the state is coming. And so trying to put a curriculum in place and then have it revisited. I don't know how you keep the placeholder though, so.
The other item is the eco-friendly tools. That's going to come to you as a report. So we were going to pull that from the agenda at this point because it was.
Let's get
have
the
that come
report
to
and
you.
then we can remove it, so.
What we learned, we've been assembling that together, and then we learned that Delta variant hit and we had to do independent study, and we got a little turned sideways. So we're still working on that for you. The family access, Wi-Fi family access, Director Mejia was going to begin working on a survey and get the results to you. So, but that's going to be delayed a little bit, obviously. But we can get something to you. If you'd like to keep it on the agenda, you may, but you can also know we're working on a survey towards that at some point soon.
Keep that on.
Parent orientation, we still have to work on that one. Was another one, I'm sorry. Oh, the curriculum, the training on critical thinking that was brought forward by Dr. Rivera. My suggestion is that it's late to add that on to the schedule right now for any high school courses, but in January, we start to discuss the master schedule for the next year. So we can leave it on there, but if we wouldn't really, I'm very interested in doing that as well, but we would need to add that to the discussion of the master schedule sometime in January. So just kind of, that's the timing of that. So we can either leave this on, but I already have it on our record to talk about it at master schedule, and then the board would discuss it at that time. So up to the board in terms of whether or not you want to leave that on or take that off. And then the equity plans coming on the 18th. And the last one was the board requested efforts to improve board relationships. I don't know if the September 25th meeting is that meeting.
Yes,
So if you like, we can strike that one since that's coming on the agenda that's up on the screen right now.
I wanted to ask about a parent orientation to the board meetings. I don't kind of know what that means. And I feel like our board meetings are open and announced everywhere and at every different site. And I've never heard a family say, I don't understand board meetings or I don't know what,
This was brought forward at the request of I think there was a community member that had mentioned it as well.
Community member.
But in terms of trying to set up an opportunity for parents to ask questions about how the board works, and so that would better understand.
Ralph, how about you and I will work something out on that.
Okay, sure.
a
So we'll
perfect thing
keep it
for
there.
Keep it on there. Okay.
our site council, that it could be disseminated through the schools for the parents.
Okay,
Place.
so Brian,
I've got nothing that I would suggest adding at this time.
Carolyn,
Thanks, President Paff. I actually don't have anything to add. It's kind of like amazing tonight, but add to the list. But I do have a request in, I believe I heard you guys say you were thinking about taking off the request about ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. And I understand where you're coming from that. That was actually an item that I had requested. So I get it. The state's working on it. It's most likely going to come at us. We don't necessarily need to keep it on our list because it is going to come to us. But what I would like to see if staff is open to it is if we remove that, can we be clear in the board snapshot tomorrow why we're removing it, not just say we're removing it? Because I think to the public who didn't attend this meeting, they might be like, why? So I think just optically it'd be really good to just make that clear that, like I said. And let's see. Oh, the eco-friendly tools item, that was also my item. And it sounds like you guys are going to submit a report to the board. Is there any way that we could make that, or I'm open to ideas on how we can make that available to the public and not just for the trustees to learn about? How can we do that?
No problem. You can do that.
Yeah, we can first address it to the board, and then if there's any other questions or feedback, and then we can publish it afterwards. That's what we typically do.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. I think that's a great
If I may ask clarification on
Yeah.
your first request regarding ethnic studies.
Yeah.
You're wanting us to make clear on the snapshot that we're moving it as we await for direction from the state.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Exactly right.
Very good. Just want to make sure we heard that.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much.
I'll be happy to see this skinny down a little bit. It's overwhelming.
Nothing to add.
Beth? Okay, it is a late meeting. Earlier tonight I said that the agenda didn't look long, but there were a lot of presentations and we would be here. Thank you all for your patience.
What's
We
our,
have one last item on
This is
board.
the agenda for the 25th. We were asked to bring that for review so the rest of the trustees could see and add if you would like to. This is the agenda as brought forward by the planning team
So-
and our attorney.
Could you submit that to us, please? And board, if you have specifics past that?
It begins at 9 a.m., 9 to 12.
9 to 12, these are the items that we have on the agenda. If it looks fine, this is what we would post.
Looks great.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. So let's do that. Get that posted. Thank you all for your patience tonight. We are adjourned.
My ears hurt.